Good evening. This work session of the Selma City Council, July the 8th, 2021, is hereby called to order. We thank everyone for attending tonight. We appreciate your attendance, and we hope you have a very productive meeting. At this time, the chair will ask Councilman Harville to please offer us our invocation.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you that you serve better than others and set an example for us. Pray that you would give us wisdom, insight, and help us to conduct ourselves in a way that's pleasing in your sight. In Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Councilman Carmichael. Let us all stand for the pledge to allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. You may be seated. I don't see our clerk here with us right now, so I will attempt to conduct the roll call. Council President Warren Billy Young, present. Councilman Harville,
Present.
Councilwoman Christy Thomas, Councilman Clay Carmichael,
Present.
Councilwoman Lisa James, Councilman Samuel Randolph, Councilman Randolph, all right. Councilman Atkins Jemison.
Here.
All right, Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
Present.
And Councilman Michael Johnson.
Here.
Thank you, Council, for responding to the roll call. We'll now get right into our citizens' request for the evening. As the citizens get ready to participate in this, we're going to remind you that it's 3 to 5 minutes, and we have a very lengthy agenda tonight. We have 6 citizens' requests, a mayor's/attorney's report, and we have 25 items listed. So we have a very lengthy night. So we're going to observe the time strictly, 5 minutes per citizen. And council, I'm also going to ask that due to the fact that this is not a meeting where we take any votes, unless you have a question that is of the utmost importance, please ask it. But if not, ask the citizen offline after the meeting so that we can be good stewards with our time. So with that, and also we're going to remind the citizens, when you come forward, please no personal attacks on anybody. We're all here trying to do our best for Selma, and we do not need fingers pointed, nor do we need the blame game. We just need you to state the facts and the reason you're here, and please don't use this as an opportunity to call anybody out. Just do what you're supposed to do, and I think all of us will be fine. With that said, we thank you for attending tonight, and we'll start with our first citizen, and there needs to be a correction on our agenda. It reads William Rose. However, we have determined and found out and been corrected that our first citizen of the evening is Mr. Willie Rose. So Mr. Rose, will you please come forward and please forgive us for the typo. Yes, sir. You can stand right there at the podium, Mr. Rose. And there's a microphone right there if you may need one of those microphones.
I can speak loud.
Okay, sure.
I should. Okay, I'm here tonight to ask for you to look at the situation that I have. The building is 723 723 Alabama Avenue, and I'm trying to get my business license granted. Okay, in the beginning, it's the old post office, and they had it for a while. Then the old post office sold it to Otagoville Property. Okay, when Otagoville Property received it, they got a building permit. So when they got a building permit, both papers for the building permit, okay, they had license. So they got licensed in 2005, okay? And during that time, I ran the building for them, rental for some years, okay? And then they decided to get rid of the building and turn it over to me. I had been there over 8 years. So when I got there, when they turned it over to me after those 8, 9 years or so, they told me to take it over. Then, when I got ready to take it over, I had to get my building license. So I started proceeding getting my building license from the city. So when the inspector came down, he investigated everything. I fixed everything that he asked and told me to fix. So when and we was listed on the Tyler Roads. So at that time, he was telling me about the code. And when he sent me a letter and told me how the code was, back in 2012, the city only had code back to then. They didn't have no code before 2012. So he couldn't really determine what code it was, and we couldn't find no papers of what code it was. So I got the code of 2012 was a 903.99. And then he came in and then listed everything I need to be fixed. So here it is here, and I fixed everything that needed to be fixed. So when he didn't come in to evaluate it, and I came down to see can I get some license, and they wouldn't approve me getting licensed because it wasn't signed. So here it is where we started, where I intend to get my license. So that went on for a while to get the license. So he told me that I had to have a sprinkling system in it. So we started investigating on a sprinkling system, and I found out how valuable a sprinkling system would cost me, and I didn't have the money to provide for that. And then I did what I did. I went there and I figured out how much square feet. I got 3 places that have the square footage, and he combined all of the square footage together instead of separated by cost. So I came and I got me a letter requesting a building license, because we trying to get started to operate at this rental space. Back here when the post office, which is a federal building, that building didn't have a sprinkling system in it, and I don't think it required one. So when Otagoville property got it, then what they did, they got a building permit. In that building permit, it should have stated or told them that what code it was. Evidently, it wasn't a code for a sprinkling system. And so they got licensed, and they had license until they got ready to turn it over to Tyler Road's organization. So when I went to get licensed, there wasn't no license. I couldn't get in because it wasn't a code then, but now it's a code back in 2012. So that stated that back then it didn't need a sprinkling system, which 2012 and ongoing, it needed, that's when the code came in. So I'm requesting building license so I can operate, because we didn't have to have we didn't have to have a sprinkling system back then, but now he says that we got to have a sprinkling system. So if it didn't have it then, it shouldn't. I mean, if I got license was back then, it should have been license provided now, because everything is fixed in the building, and we trying to move forward.
Yes, sir. All right. I think I understand exactly what you're here before the council for. Are there any questions from our council members for Mr. Rose at this time? Are there any questions that any of the council members would like? Yes, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. When did he bring the sprinkler system up to you, Mr. Rose? Was it because One of the things that I would have done was look into the sprinkler system before I did all the work, because that's the most expensive thing. I think that's something that he let the business know. He dropped that on here at the end.
No, at the end. At the end. That was, cause see, he looked at all the wires and everything was done, and all the ceiling was done and everything was done, so, and he came back, cause he came 5 times. And each time he came, he walked and looked, and then he, said something about the building, and then he left. But the 4th time he came, he, brought the inspector or something, the guy with his badge and the gun. He brought him there, and he was doing it right. So it was 4 things left to do. And when I did those 4 things, and when those 30 days was up, and then he supposedly came back and inspected that, he didn't show up. So I went and looked for him, and I said everything is done. And he brought up the sprinkler system on the building, because it's a rental.
Okay. So this is a change in the use of the building because it was post office.
It was the post office.
For rental space.
Right.
People can rent
Targettville property, they bought it, and then and they changed it over to a rental, which they had a building permit for the install.
Yes, sir.
So they should have been aware of it then, or been told then when they got a permit to do that. And here's both of the papers for the permit when they got the building,
Okay.
when they purchased the building.
And the sprinkler system, is that the only remaining issue?
That's the
left?
issue right there for me getting licensed.
Everything else?
Everything else is done. Everything is wired. Everything is done.
Okay.
Let me add one more.
Go ahead.
How many years, when it went from the post office to a storage, how many years was that storage in place until you got?
You have this paper here when they purchased it, when it was there, when they got it from the post office to Targettville. And this paper here saying that when it turned over to us. So before it was turned over to us, they had it for a long time. They had over 8-9 years. So they wanted someone to come in and run the business for them, but they needed to be a non-profit to run it. So they would have to make no payments for the non-profit to run it.
Okay.
We ran the building, the rental space for them, for order for us to do our non-profit.
Okay. All right. One question and then we'll finish up. Go ahead.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Rose, and thank you for wanting to do business with us. Sometimes we inherit people's problems. So, and to me, the sprinkler system probably is the most important thing in your building, especially if you're gonna do it for rental. If something happens, what are you gonna do? If you don't
Well, we
a
have
sprinkler
fire
system?
extinguishers, we have alarm system for for fires, and we have some important things in there so that we can detect that.
Okay. All right. Well, we're not going to make any decisions at a work session tonight. But what we are going to do, Mr. Rose, and Ms. Ellison, if you're here, we need to get a status update from code enforcement and attorney. Later on, depends on what comes out of code enforcement, we may need consultation from you, as we do want to make sure we're in compliance with the law. Because if you have to qualify under a fire code, that is going to involve the law.
Yeah.
So we will need to consult the attorney possibly later on.
Yeah.
But right now, if Ms. Ellison can get an update from code enforcement, and then we'll take it up the ladder. And so you have Mrs. Ellison's contact information, and I would suggest that you check back with her sometime at the end of next week to see where we are.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman from the fire inspection that come,
Right.
we need that gentleman also.
We need the decision was the fire, thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman Johnson. And so Mrs. Ellison, you can also consult with the fire department as well, with the fire inspector, the code enforcement, fire inspector, and possibly attorney.
Okay, because it wasn't no code that he could find for that from 2012 on back. He couldn't come up with a code, so he couldn't decide what to use.
Right.
But the city code started at 2012, what he can look at.
Right.
And he didn't have anything else.
Right. But that, like I said, that may entail actually a legal issue and a legal determination. So please keep in contact with Ms. Ellison to see how this matter moves through. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on our agenda from the citizens' request is Ms. Sheila Evans, and she's here to discuss the renaming of Buckeye Avenue. Good evening, Mrs. Evans.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm back. My daughter, Daisha Simpson, spoke during Zoom on April the 8th concerning this issue. And on April the 12th, we received an email to come down to put in an application and pay $1,000 fee for the name change. On the 13th, I came down to pay the money, put in the application, and no application. May, I came down to check on the application, no application. June, I came down to pay the money again to check on the application. And seems like nobody know what is the application or where it is or anything. I came down yesterday to pay the money to keep from having to come. So I was coming back before the council to see what steps I need to take next.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Evans, again, for coming back to us. And thanks to, that was your daughter that came to us
Yes.
earlier. I remember that. It was during one of our Zoom meetings. I recall that. Since I remember there were some issues involving the legal process to do, is our attorney, Attorney Madison, are you prepared to have a brief response, or do we need to table it and give you more time?
I could have a response, but
Okay.
I might as well table it because of the conversation Ms. Evans and I had yesterday.
Okay. All right. So, Mrs. Evans, because it does require some legality in determining when you change streets like that, there are some things that need to go through the proper channel. I understand that you had a conversation with the attorney on yesterday.
Yes, I did yesterday, still requiring, trying to do the application, and he say, I think it's no application, or he didn't, I don't know what's going on with the application, but he did give me this resolution, concerning the adopting the street name policy and the effective date. And number 1 say, all requests for the renaming of an existing street within the city of Selma shall be submitted by application to the clerk on a form prepared by the city. So I'm just here to ask for that.
You asked you to simply ask for the paperwork to
Yes.
get the process started.
Yes, sir.
Do we have the paperwork readily available?
No, that's part of the problem, Mr. President. That paperwork is probably going to have to be redesigned by me. There is no form. I've checked in one place. There's a second place I can look, but it's off premises in a building. I thought it was in a warehouse. It's probably at 19 Washington Street, I've been told. But after diligent search in the clerk's office, the city attorney's office, through all the files, no form has surfaced. So I'm probably going to have to devise the form is what I'm getting at.
Well, if you have to do a brand new form, will that require an action on the council to vote to approve that form? Or is that something that just within your department that you can take care of without getting something from the legislative branch?
I don't think it would require action of the council to approve the form because the form is already in existence. What will probably need to be added to the form is what has happened with the Alabama Memorials Act since the form was originated. So that's a question mark which I can get clarified probably through the league as to whether or not another council vote should be had on it due to a change in statute. That is a strict requirement now. If a memorial street, and the term memorial street is a work of art as well. Memorial street is any place that was named after an event, an occurrence, or a particular individual. That's one of the things I've been searching with now looking at the Alabama Historical Society or State Archives, because I can't tell whether or not Buckeye Avenue was ever named after anyone or an event or a particular reason to qualify as a memorial street.
Okay.
There's a change in the statute from a $10,000 fine to a $25,000 fine if you don't secure approval from the Memorials Committee, Standing Committee, to allow the change of street. And it turns out that it is a memorial street.
Okay.
That was my bigger concern. The application is an obvious concern as well, but my bigger concern is whether or not we have anything approaching a memorial street.
Could you possibly give Ms. Evans some timeline or time frame that you can get back?
She's asked the same thing, and I was hesitant to do it because she and you are gonna remind me of what I told you when I say I'll have it ready by X date. My pledge is that I think I can have it ready before Tuesday for a vote is what I'm getting at.
You think you get it that soon?
I think so.
Okay.
And if I can, I'll contact her and the body to let you know.
I think that'll be sufficient. So hopefully, Mrs. Evans, some action will be taken regarding this form and its creation, whatever you need to do to update the form. Because right now, this council doesn't have anything to act on. We can't act until everything's been done. So we'll hope to have that done by Tuesday and ready for a vote. And if it's not, as he stated, he will get in contact with you and myself to see when we can get something. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry, Ms. Councilman Thomas.
Yeah, we know we just recently named a street after one of our former employees. Also, we renamed the street after the fire chief. We did this. And the process needs to be done the same way the form that was given to name these streets after these other two people recently. You know, the council, Councilman Johnson requested that in the honor of Terry Jackson to name the street out of East Selma after him. So the process of procedures, how they did that, it should be according to the way they did that. It should have for the name of street what the attorney just saying. In this body of the council, we approved to name for two people came before this body of the council. So they had to use some type of paperwork according to the same way that the council voted to name the streets after them. So the clerk, someone, whoever took that lead to name these streets after them, they should have some kind of documentation in writing to have those streets to be named after those two people that came before the body of the council.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We'll still wait till Tuesday to see where we are on that, and hopefully we can.
And I appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much. Thank you, Ms. Evans. All right, the next citizen on our agenda for the evening is Mr. David Blackman, and he's here to discuss citywide cameras. Good evening, Mr. Blackman.
Good evening. Well, I'm not going to be a popular person tonight going against the camera system, but these camera systems are just, they're stripping away liberty from people, again, giving a false sense of security for that. The assistant chief stood here and said that it takes 9 months to go from a recruit and to an officer on the street. He also said that we're looking at a year to whether we won't have a police force there. You know, it's going to take officers to man this camera system if it's up. Estimates are 2 or 3 officers that's going to be there. Cameras can't replace these officers. The only thing that's going to help the city of Selma is to put the money where your mouth is, pay the officers what they need to have, to be competitive, not just to give them a little bit, but to be competitive. These cameras, like I said, offer a false sense of security, just like the guards downstairs do to get in this building. They're not police officers, they're not guards. We're supposed to have an officer here. We don't have an officer in this room either. But these are senses of security that aren't really real, in my opinion. The representatives of these cameras came up here and they said that these cameras collect and store 24/7, and they store and share this data, and that 99% of the time what they're looking at does not have any illegal activities on it. Just the data collected of innocent people. Now, I know I get people talk about all the time, well, David, you stand up here and you film all these people and you tell all their secrets and stuff that they don't want to know. That's absolutely true. These people are public officials. We're talking about people on the street. We're talking about if my camera that I filmed the splash pad the other day and there's 200 or 300 people, kids and all like that, if all their data had this little information bubble running around their heads on my video down there, that's what we're looking at on these security cameras. You know, if it goes back to the time, a long time ago, and I wasn't going to go here, but I'm going to do it anyway. There used to be a time when people were sold and tracked from this region, collected information on them. We don't need to go back to that. We need to stand up for the rights that we're not standing up now. I've spoke about the Second Amendment resolution up here, and it never got a chance to be voted on here. That was a great chance for the city of Selma to stand up and say, hey, look, we're going to support all these rights, not just a hand-picked couple or whatever. And we're not going to take away people's liberties and track them where they go, because I know for a fact there's people that don't want to be followed home that may reside in this government, you know, to know where they're staying at. With that said, I just want to voice my opposition to that, and I appreciate your time, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Are there any questions? All right, any questions? Thank you for stating your position.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, next on our agenda for the evening is Mr. LaMarcus Snow. And Mr. Snow is here to discuss the limbing of trees citywide. Mr. Snow, you have the floor.
How you doing, Mayor, City Council President, and council members? I got some pictures that I took and I got developed. I'm gonna get a special copy to keep. And I also have 3 more copies y'all have to share them because they was a little expensive. What I came to talk about today was some overgrown areas on some streets. I don't know the exact name, but y'all know I ride 24/7 and I see stuff. I notated and all that. And in Ward 8, the back street, the old depot, you go that way there, it's closing in. Hooper Street in Ward 3, it's closing in. Cars on both sides barely can get by. It's a tree hanging in the projects on that little side street. And if a car is right there, they park on the outside of the road. If a vehicle is coming through, you got traffic. In Ward 4, from Citizen Parkway, that stretch in front of Shannon Cliffs, all the way down is overgrown and trees are growing over the sidewalks. That is a safety issue for our kids. They got to walk to school, and the school down the street from Shannon Cliff. Also, as y'all look at the pictures, if y'all had time to look at all of them, we have a lot of stuff over the sidewalks. In Selma, you're seeing a lot of people riding their bikes and walking in the middle of the street. You might say some of these people are crazy, they ain't got no sense for walking in the street, but they are walking in the streets for a reason. Trees are growing down on the sidewalks, hanging down on them, they will hit you in your face, and the grass is also high on the sidewalks. So I'm just here today. I know Ward 3 has the new district, old district, and all that stuff there. You have to get those trees marked to get cut, but it's a lot of other trees in the city of Selma that need cutting, and not cutting, basically trimming. And in Ward 2, the bridge on Citizen Parkway, you got a tree on this side and the branches are growing all the way over the other side. Yes, ma'am, Medical Center Parkway. If you got 2 cars in this lane and 2 cars in this lane, anybody knows if a tree is growing that far, that is too much weight on that branch. If one of those branches fall in that street and you got cars coming this way and this way, both ways, that is gonna be a straight disaster. And as y'all look at the pictures, it's just a lot on there that need to be trimming. And some of this stuff, it don't even take 5 or 10 minutes. As y'all see me on live, some of this stuff don't take no time. The city of Selma has a bucket truck. It should not just be used to change light bulbs in our traffic lights. If we got a bucket truck, it should be used to trim some of these hanging branches. Y'all see on the pictures, all these trees are on the side, on one side of the right of way, and the branches are growing all the way across the street. If them branches break, that's a hazard. That's gonna hurt. If they break with oncoming traffic going, that's gonna be a hazard. And the kids are not gonna be able to walk up and down these sidewalks. Right in front of, what's the place that be giving out the food and stuff? Edmund is Missions, where they give out the clothes. in Ward 7, it's a tree blocking that. Y'all will see. It's some stuff blocking that. I hit some stuff as I see it, but I can't hit everything. You get what I'm saying? But it's some serious tree trimming and some streets need to be widened out. It don't take a $50,000 machine to, like by the old depot in Hooper Drive. They got pole saws out there that's extend from here. My pole saw extend from me to all the way over there by Councilman Jemison. And if I'm not mistaken, the city of Selma, y'all voted and got public works chainsaws, pole saws. It shouldn't have just been used for just storm damage or whatever. They need to use them every day to get some of these hanging branches down and get some of these sidewalks and stuff widened out and streets widened out. Because if you go down Hooper Drive or the old Depot Road, you got to drive this far off the road. The bushes are growing in. And if you stand right here with a pole saw, you can hit that stuff. I do it all day. It does not take no heavy equipment. It does not take all that stuff there. It just takes some manpower and some people that want to do some work. And if I can live a whole neighborhood in 3 or 4 hours, if we have workers that working 8 hours a day, they can tackle that sometime. But the trees and the branches, as y'all see, I did the prizes over there for GWC. I showed that to y'all. Now you see how it looked. And it didn't take us 3 hours to limb 20 large trees. So it don't take no time. It's about the process and somebody getting it done. That's all it takes. And then in Old Live Oak, it's a lot of trees. I was doing a little work out there the other week. It's a lot of trees out there that are rotting at the core. So I'm just trying to speak up about the situation, because I know a lot of y'all councilmen don't have time to ride and look, but I be out there in the streets from dusk to dawn and I see all this stuff and I notate it and I take a picture of the stuff. Sometimes I even put it on Facebook, I'll bring it to y'all attention. But I brought this to y'all attention because I think it's an important matter. You never see me get up here and talk about potholes. I don't never talk about potholes because I think potholes is a waste of time. I think all the roads need to be just torn out and put in some new roads, but I know that costs a lot of money, but you never hear me speak on that because that's a big project. But the projects I'm talking about, they only take a couple hours a day. If they worked on a couple hours a day, it would get done. It's some trees hanging to the ground, the branches in the city center. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. All right, we appreciate that. And a picture is worth 1,000 words. Council, look at those pictures. He's all over the city. They show the places all over the city. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Because some of those places I haven't seen in years.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for that. I think Councilman Johnson and then Councilwoman Jada Thomas. We'll start with Councilman Johnson.
I hear you, Snow. How you doing?
I'm doing.
All right, good. I appreciate it. You did hit on some things on Murray, which the director, they are aware of it. Because right now we waiting. We just purchased least side color.
Yes.
That when that side color get in, it's gonna help us a lot on a lot of that, clean the sidewalks back and especially on Murray.
Okay.
I did went out to the county and asked the county to let us use their side color.
Yes.
I didn't have a problem with Judge Nunn. Judge Nunn approved it, but what happened when I got down to Nichols at the time, Commissioner Nichols,
I know.
and he never come through. Fails were ready to go work, but he had to get a permission from him because that was his district this time.
Yes, sir.
But I am definitely aware of that. It is coming over like you said.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know when. Mayor, do you have a time frame when that side color coming in? Because I know we got it coming.
It's on order.
Yeah, so we got a side couple, should be here real soon, though, but that definitely is something that we'll need besides that pole. The side color really gonna help a lot.
Yes,
So I just can't wait to get it, but I appreciate you though.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Councilwoman Jada Thomas.
I want to say to you, thank you, Lamarcus. I saw some pictures that you have already placed in one border over there on 7 University with the president of the school back here about a month and a half ago. I called him in because he was concerned the tree is on their property and it's hanging over on the city right-of-way property. where Mr. Hicks them came in and took out one of the trees. But we did put the work order in. So I rang whenever the time that the Department of Public Works, like you said, we gave them the funds to do what they need to do. So maybe they would get a chance to catch up on the work order over there by 70th, which is does hang over what I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Any other? Mr. Snow, as always, thank you for bringing these matters to our attention. The City Council appreciates you. We appreciate the work you do for Selma. And we also appreciate the love that you have for Selma, Alabama. So as always, I don't have any money to give you. But one day, you never know. But I don't have any money to give you tonight. But I am going to tell you, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. All righty, next on our agenda for the evening is Ms. Michelle Pratt. And Ms. Pratt is here to discuss the alley in Ward 6. Good evening, Ms. Pratt. You have the floor.
I want to say good evening to everyone. I said 1614 Field Pot. There is an alley beside my house. The bushes and the trees are higher than the house. I have snakes, possums, rats coming out the alley, get into my house. The mosquitoes and stuff are so bad, my baby can't even play in the backyard. And it's ridiculous. And last year, Mayor Walker came and cleaned it out of the kindness of his heart. It ain't been cleaned no more. I sprayed, I put lime, I put sulfur down. No one comes to clean. I have reached out to everybody. That's why I'm here tonight. It needs to be cleaned out because it is not living. It makes my house look like a dump. And the bushes are taller than my house.
Okay. Ms. Pratt, you can bring that to our attention. Are there any council members that want to make comments? Go ahead, Councilman Jensen.
Mr. Pratt, good to see you today. That's in my ward, and we do have a lot of work orders for alleyways. They've been overgrown. The weeds done turning trees now, like you said, and we do have one work order. We're trying to get them, as soon as our equipment come in and get it done, we're gonna come out to make these transitions happen. Just gotta be patient with us and we'll get it done.
Okay, but the public work officer called me, told me he would be out Monday. No one showed up. But the director called me this evening and told me he would be out this Monday.
All right, well, I'll get with them. We'll get it done.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. Appreciate you. All right. The next citizen we have on our agenda for the evening is Mr. Willie Hall. And Mr. Willie Hall is here to discuss an overgrown drain in Ward 5. Mr. Hall, good evening, sir. And you have the floor.
I got a lot of water when the rain comes on. All of them pop out. The house next door to me, come right in my yard and stay. I can't leave home in the rain, I can't come back home in the rain. I get to go bathroom, water up my neck. When I get ready to go bathroom, when the rain hard sometimes. And they got pipe come from both sides. In front somewhere, all of them got pipe. Come right, that's for my bedroom, pipe with water. They get rid of their water and send to me. I've been talking to my council about it, but they got all kind of pipe ones from our zone. I went and bought the plywood, pick all the fence, everywhere, find stop, I did a hole, I got pavement. I did a hole all around the house, kind of help people water come into my yard. And it's just a bad water thing there. I had throw away about 6% my funding stuff. Doors, every door in the house, that's throw away. I got everything on my camera right here. Water, that piled them, all the water that come from our zone pop out in my yard. But I don't see why they got a pipe one for someone else that's full for my bathroom. A pipe under the drain, but you can see the pipe. They give away their water to something to me. And I just can't do nothing about that. I did holes and stuff. Every time it rain come out, a foot and a half, 2 foot of water in my house. And what I say about I somewhere I can't come home when it rain hard. Like in the house I can't go nowhere. And it's just a problem, you know. I just gotta sit there and watch when it rain. I go to my and I got a new door I put up. I got straight part up at that high on my new door to keep the water coming to my kitchen, back door. And it just way bad, ain't nothing I can do no more. You know, water coming, wood could be hot, and pipe, they can, maybe somebody has to get that pipe, where somebody that needs sewer, and all the sewer stuff at one hour. And they get that pipe, find out where that pipe gone to, and that was all the problem, son to my house. It got so bad I couldn't move, you know, it's so bad.
What street you on?
Huh? Right behind, dog. Avenue. Yeah. And then, the high across the creek, when the water getting they high, and they y'all way high, all that water comes to me too. On both sides of the high. But I mean, all the water come everywhere. To accept the money, y'all.
First of all, before anybody else responds, what you explained to us is a very, very sad situation.
I can't hear you.
I said, what you just explained to us is a very sad situation.
Yeah.
And all I can do right now, you came before the council to let us know about this condition. And we're sorry. Now I can tell you that we're sorry. And I'm sorry to all the citizens that are experiencing the difficulty that they are expressing. But your situation seems really, really, really bad. What ward are you in, sir? In Ward 5, Councilman Randolph?
Yeah.
Have you spoken to Councilman Randolph?
About almost 6 months.
About six
Almost 6
months
months I spoke to him. He said, wait, some kind of machine to come and do those sewers. They will help. He do those sewers will help. But main problem come out, I don't want to pop out. That's the main problem with all the water coming.
Okay. Other than Councilman Randolph, have you spoken to anybody else from city government about it, from Public Works or any of the other departments?
Say that again.
Have you spoken to anybody else from any of the other departments other than Councilman Randolph?
No, that's all.
Okay, he's the only person that you've spoken to. Okay, I believe the best bet is for you to have some discussion, because I don't know if they're aware of your situation. Councilman Randolph is not here to help and discuss this more. Are there any other council members that have any enlightenment on this, that know about this particular situation? Right. Because this is the first I'm hearing of your situation. And as Councilman Harville stated, the best way to do this is to put in work order. And so, do you know if the work order has been submitted or not?
Say again.
Do you know if the work order has been submitted?
No, I don't. I just talked to Randolph about that situation.
Right. What we will do, Mr. Hall, is our council secretary, Mrs. Ellison, she will have a discussion with Councilman Randolph, and if a work order needs to be done, she will get the work order in, see if you can get some type of relief. So we need to find out what's going on with it. So we'll get Mrs. Ellison to start talking to Councilman Randolph and investigate to see what we can do. Okay. And again, Mr. Hall, I'm very sorry you had to come up here and tell us about the situation tonight. Because what you've explained to us sounds really, really bad.
Yeah.
And everybody should be able to enjoy their home. And you're not able to enjoy your home right now. So we're very sorry. Yes, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, I really want to say I'm sorry, not just to you, but everybody going through this problem. This is something that the mayor and this council inherited because of the problem we had with the funding that we had with the last administration. So what we asking everybody to do, please be patient. And we know you're going through a lot because there is a lot of heavy equipment that this council did approve to come in to try to tackle these drains, these ditches and things. But we got, not just you, there are other, I think Councilman Harvey got a project. I got a project in water, all the ditches need to be dug up. The mayor said it's coming. We got stuff coming in. But this is something that we inherited, which all the new councilmen did, but we're gonna try to see what we can do as soon as possible, but like I said, let Council Randolph be aware and see what he can do, and the public work director may can do some, ease some of your pain. But right now, until we get this equipment in, and I think everything going good, I want to thank the council that voted to help get the equipment in to try to solve this problem. But right now, this administration is doing the best they can, and I just want to take my hat and say thank them for trying to get it. Thank this council for getting the equipment, because this equipment we really need to move forward to stop these problems like yourself having and others as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
And again, we're very sorry.
Okay.
Have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the citizens that came before us. We're not a council that sit on our hands. These things will be updated, and we'll try to keep up with what's going on. Thank you, citizens. And as Councilman Johnson said, and I think he said it best, let's all be patient. And hopefully that patience will yield in some positive results and some relief from all of our citizens. Thank you for that. Now at this time, we're going to go to our mayor's report and attorney's report. And I see Mayor Perkins here. Good evening, Mayor Perkins.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening. Everybody doing all right?
All right.
Got a few things to go over this evening. Want to start with a budget adjustment that's being requested by Dr. Denisha Hendricks with Park and Recreation. She'll come forward. And after that, there's an air pack and harness purchase request to move forward with a purchase from Interim Chief Gabriel Sharp. And then following that, is Danielle Wooten, Director of Planning and Development, will come forward and discuss the SLFRF America Rescue Plan. In that order, you all can come.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, so I think this will answer at least part of the Facebook issue today, and which I did respond to say that what was stated was not true. And so hopefully we'll have another time or a little bit of time later on tonight to address all of those. But one of those issues we can address now, at least start to, and I know we can finish on Tuesday with the official vote. And that is, as it relates to a couple of things. One, the actual bleachers in Memorial Stadium. And so I am asking for approval of budget transfer to do a couple of things. One, to be able to actually purchase materials. The materials have been identified, discount negotiated, all of those things, and that has taken some time, but we've gotten that. The second is actually for the demolition and then replacement. So those things need to take place so that we can be ready by the time that our local high school football team has their first home game, which is actually against one of our county schools. So this can happen. We have been assured that it can happen. We have to do it this way because we do not have the insurance funds. And you all are going to talk about that a little later. That's not for me to go into. But what was my task was to figure out a way that we can make this happen. And so I am willing to sacrifice the opportunity to hire some people and utilize some unused positions that we have not used to this point in this particular budget year, in order that our children, because that is, I don't know about your why, but that's my why, and so that our children will be able to have a place to play. Our parents, families will be able to sit and watch in a safe place. And so that is why I am asking for this budget transfer. The other piece to this is about 3 weeks ago, the one functioning vehicle that we had in recreation that's able to pull the zero turn, something heavy enough to pull those, our mechanics have looked at it and they said we gotta take it to the graveyard. So luckily Public Works had something that we could borrow until we were able to get something else from state surplus. And so that's where we are, so I'm also including that in this one budget transfer, so I don't have to come back before you. And that is listed in the explanation as well. So that is where we are. So a lot of work has gone into it to get it to the point where we're able to be able to handle this within the funds that are available. We just need them to be able to be transferred. And I know you'll also hear about it in the attorney's report as well. But I needed to do this piece.
Council, any questions? We'll start with Councilman Johnson and then go to Councilwoman Richardson.
Let me first, I'm gonna go back, just first statement made.
Yes, sir.
It was stated in Facebook that there was not going to be a Little League football team. So you saying that we are going to have a Little League football season?
I am saying that we are, and not only are we going to have a season, for the last, I would say 10, maybe 11 business days, every day there have been boxes delivered to the stadium. Because we have not played in a while, the shoulder pads that we had, unfortunately, where they were stored and just the condition of the other issues at the stadium, they were molded, we had to go through them, pull them out, separate what's usable, what's not. But hopefully you all remember that I am an athletic director, NCAA Divisions 1, 2, and 3. And I've had football under my purview for a number of years. And I was also concerned, even though we had some that are usable, that those shoulder pads have never been sent out for reconditioning. And so the safety is of the utmost importance. And so we did have an opportunity, we did have budget funds in the right lines, I didn't have to come back to that, so that we could go ahead and purchase new shoulder pads, and then all the other things that you need, the footballs, the kicking tees, and we needed a new sprayer, so that with the paint and all of that, and so paint's been purchased and all those kinds of things. So all of that takes time, but if you walk into the office right now, you got boxes. In fact, I intend to put a video out in the morning of us opening the boxes, so people can see that it's real.
The parents responsible for the helmet.
Parents are responsible for the helmet. We provide shoulder pads and jerseys.
Okay, awesome.
Which is what the city has provided in the past.
The last thing, you be real quick with this. I know we take baby steps. Please, in the future, because Selma was the track's headquarters.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
I remember.
Yeah, we was all the state events right here in Selma.
I agree.
So we take baby steps. I know we ain't quite ready yet.
No.
Please don't throw that out.
Oh, we're not, but we gotta do this part first.
I understand.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Okay.
Totally understand.
Okay.
And actually, we already have, that's a good, thank you for saying that. Remember the agreement that we had with the SEC Black Alumni Network?
Right.
They are actively receiving donations and sponsors, so that is happening. You may not see it, but know that it's happening. In fact, the mayor is scheduled to attend an event in September in Arkansas. And that is one of the fundraising events because of our partnership that the council agreed to and the mayor signed. So those things are happening. You may not see it, but know that it's happening. So that at some point, once we get to the place where we're ready to say, oh, this is how much we have, then we'll be able to do that.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Chrissy Thomas, and then Councilwoman
Because
James.
I was gonna ask for an update on the SEC network. Two things quickly. You have 2 line items on here. Can you explain to the council?
Yes.
What each one of them are? And then second, explain to us the conditions of the stadium before we try to make a purchase for bleachers. And then the rest of the stadium is in bad condition.
Absolutely. So 2 differences. So one, the fixed assets over 5,000, that is where we're looking to purchase 2 things. One would be the actual materials, and then actually purchase the vehicle that we need so that our recreation department can continue to function and we can give public works back.
So
to
that's
them.
what the
That's
second line item is?
That is the
That
second
includes
line
the
item.
vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the first line item, the repairs, maintenance, other, this line item, in meeting with the treasurer, our immediate past treasurer now, but in meeting with her to find out where do we, what line item can we put funds into to be able to pay the contractor for the work so that the work can happen. And so this was the line item that was requested or I should say approved to go into for that. So that's why there's a split.
Okay. And then the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Then the conditions. So the bleachers themselves, in terms of being able, we looked at what do we need to do first to be able to have a game. And one of the things that we have to have, number one, the field itself. While no, is the field in the absolute 100% tip-top shape? The answer to that is no. The reality is, even from the day that I started, you did not really have enough time to do that, even at that point. That will be a project that we will need to look into for the next fiscal year, really resodding the entire field and doing something there. Now, is it to the point where because of the upkeep and things like that of the grass and changing and planting the ryegrass to kill out, all those kinds of things have happened. So is it playable? The answer is yes. Because of the work of Terry Jackson and Gerald Barron and now our current staff. Yes, so the answer to that part is yes. Now, when we look at the bleachers, are they usable? Right now, no, I wouldn't sit on them, which is why we need to make sure that we change that. Now, in doing that, that does not leave any funds does the concession stand need to be updated? Yes. Do we have the funds right this moment to do that? No, not and do this. So we have to prioritize what I have available in order to do this. Because remember, the external funds that people think we have from the insurance, we don't have.
Okay.
So if we're gonna play this, what we gotta do.
All right, Councilwoman Mary Thomas, and then Councilwoman Lisa James, and then Councilman Johnson.
I have a strong, deep concern about what you just said about the line item, where this money coming from.
Okay.
The reason why I have this is because, you know, we're getting ready for budget.
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand when you said that, usually when money is being moved from another line item, our treasurer should be able to tell us what line item that you're requesting. You just stated and said that you talked to our interim treasurer, which
No. I talked to the immediate past, not the person who was the interim treasurer.
So when you
Right, the
say
interim
immediate
treasurer.
past, what treasurer are you talking about?
The person who just retired.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right.
That's who I'm referring to.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. My thing is this here, is that I'm kind of puzzled about this.
Okay.
Because you are being the director and you come before the body of the council. I understand your layout, what you're saying, the money, the funds that you need. And there are questions to be asked from the treasurer by you telling us that the line item that you're requesting to do a budget adjustment on, the council needs to know from the treasurer what line item that she's moving this money to adjust in the budget. Because you know why? It's very important to this body of the council. Okay. When they're dealing with the finance, it's easy we all come up here before saying we need money for this. But we are getting ready to go into our budget. And when we spend money, you came before us as a department head. And but right now we don't have a treasurer. But you said you talked to the treasurer. But the treasurer is supposed to be where to explain to the body of the council, if she's moving money out of a line item for your department of the recreation center to use, we need to know whereabout from the treasurer that she's moving this amount of money, that you are asking for the bleachers and that you are asking for the vehicle
Yeah.
And can I ask you a question about the vehicle? The vehicle that you are getting, see, people have to understand, I know like a lot of people don't understand, might not like what we ask, but it is our duty, other body of the council, to know. You're asking us to move money to purchase a vehicle. So what, is this vehicle gonna be a used vehicle, or it's gonna be a new vehicle?
I said from surplus.
From surplus, from the same thing that, Public Work is getting one for you? I'm saying.
No. They had an old van
Mm-hmm.
that they just allowed us to use because we don't have a working vehicle.
Yes.
So what I'm saying, remember when Public Works came before you and asked about,
Yes.
so they could go to surplus?
Yes.
I'm asking the same thing.
Okay, I understand you're asking the
Okay.
same thing, but my only thing that I have as, I hear you asking for the money, but we did not get, I feel uncomfortable because it did not give us exactly. It's easy to say I know what you're saying, but I'm saying, I understand where you're coming from. You're asking this body of the council to approve that amount of money.
Okay, so let me see if I can help, because I want to make sure that you're clear. The fund, okay, sure.
I'm clear on what you're saying.
But I'm not clear with what you're saying, so let me try to say what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Okay? Let me say that. Let me say what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing you say is that you're unclear in terms of where the funds are coming from.
What line?
What line item the funds are coming from. You're clear on where they're moving to.
Mm-hmm.
What you're unclear on is where they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me see if I can help with that. Where the funds are coming from, based on this form, they're coming from the line item entitled regular salaries. Okay?
Regular salary?
Regular salaries, and that is what's on the budget line item form.
Hold on one second, Dr. Peter, hold on a second. Council, did everybody receive the mayor's report today? Does everybody have that?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I have it, but my reason, President Young.
Yes, ma'am.
I am entitled to, as the council person, to get a good understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
When we are moving money and doing adjustment in the line item.
Yes, ma'am.
The reason why I'm very concerned about this is because we're getting ready to go into a budget here. And let me make myself clear. It's nothing against, I know what the city needs. I know that the recreation department is in bad shape. I understand that. But the only thing that is kind of bothering me, when you say you're moving this from a line item of the salary. So you're getting money from where vacant slots were open?
Right, so let me explain. So let me give you,
Let me finish. The reason I brought that point up, Councilwoman Thomas, I just wanted to make sure that everybody, not just you, but I wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to get the mayor's report that had some of this information that Dr. Higgins, that's all I was trying to.
Yeah, and I have a right when I vote for something.
Right.
So,
Right,
yeah,
so now
let
go
me explain
ahead.
the math.
Go ahead.
So I think that may help. Okay, so, looking at the positions that are currently filled, okay? And a couple that we know we have a desire to try to fill before the end of the fiscal year. So, when you add those things up with the 3 months remaining in this fiscal year, that total amount is $82,236.92, okay? I multiplied that times 2. Then that number is $164,473.84. So, that way, there's at least 6 months remaining based on the positions we have filled and the couple that we desire to try to get filled before that we will be able to make sure that we can be paid and handle maybe any other, some type of emergency that may come. So that amount of money will be remaining to make sure. So I just want to make sure that that math, that was taken into account.
But my last question to you is this. Did you just say that you wanted to get, some more employees?
I did, and I factored in the ones that I feel are most crucial to get in before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. So, when I do a vote, I want to make sure that my vote is
Understand.
right. And I have the courage to ask you.
I'm not having a problem. I'm good.
So, for 3 months, you based on, 3 months before the fiscal year that you will have this money to carry over and to pay the salaries to, for their salary, the guys that you're talking about, it is included in this too.
You saying carry over. Help me understand carry over.
You talking about the new budget?
Yes. Because we'll be into, we will.
I understand that,
Yes.
but when you say carry over to me, now I've worked for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the state of Illinois, and I've worked at private institutions in the state of North Carolina. When you say carry over to me, and I do have a few finance class, I have a doctorate, first of all. So I do understand, but when you say carry over to me, that means money that you will take out of one fiscal year and put into the next fiscal year. Now, so is that what is that your understanding? So we're clear on that?
Yeah, we're clear on that.
Okay, so now, with that being said, in terms of salary money, carry over, you don't carry over salary money.
No, let me correct you on that.
But you said carry over, so I was trying to understand. Yeah, help me follow you.
I'll rephrase it. When I say, you're doing this for the next 6 months.
We only have 3 months left in this particular fiscal year.
And
Right.
my point is that we are doing something that, where we are going to have to do when the budget come in, where it's adjustments. Yes.
But adjustments how?
Well, I'm just, that was my.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Hold on. It is 7:06 p.m.
Okay.
And hold on, everybody, hold on. And we've not even gotten past the first item under the mayor's report. Now, we're going to work through this, but we can't spend all night on one issue. Otherwise, we won't get anything accomplished. We should not allow ourselves to get distracted. We've got some good business that we need to handle tonight. So we're not going to spend the whole night on this issue. Now, if there are some additional questions that need to be asked, those questions, unless they are extremely important, they can be asked offline or they can be asked at the next meeting. Because for many of us, we just received this about an hour ago.
Okay.
So for many of us, we don't have questions because we haven't had a chance to look at it yet. And so I'm just saying, first item, 7:06 p.m.
I'm the president.
Thank you,
I'm
Councilwoman. I appreciate it.
If I vote, I have a decision on my own mind.
Yes, ma'am.
If I don't get it here to where I understand the way you're doing this with this money.
Yes, ma'am.
I will not vote.
I appreciate that and I respect that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, very briefly, I asked,
I will answer offline.
okay, Councilman Jennison.
I just want to say thank you for the job you're doing out there in recreation. We got to talk last week for about a whole hour, and everything we went across is what you preaching on right now, and it's fabulous because these kids need somewhere to play this year and everything. We need to get this done.
Right.
You know, so
Thank you.
I congratulate you on that. Thank you so much.
And very quickly, Councilman Harper.
You talking about the bleachers on the home side?
I'm talking about the home side.
Home side.
Home side, right.
All right. Any other questions that you have for Dr. Hendricks? Will you receive those questions that they asked Dr. Hendricks?
I will absolutely
Thank
receive
you.
the questions. And actually, and I only printed out a couple of copies, but this information has been passed to Mrs. Wooten so that it can go on our Facebook and we start putting out in terms of the youth sports.
I
Okay?
can proceed with your next item.
Okay?
All right.
I think that was it for me.
That was it? Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item.
Chief,
Good evening, good evening. Yeah.
Good evening.
Here to ask the council to approve the purchase of 9 air packs, for a cost of $53,295.12. 9 air packs will replace the 9 packs we have that are currently non-NFPA compliant, meaning they're over 90 days. It'll come from our hoses and all, et cetera, account.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna ask you.
Yes. And we did nozzles and, nozzles, hoses, and et cetera, account, 51,320.
In your package, you have a letter of explanation, purchase order, and the quote.
Any questions right now from what's been presented by Interim Chief Sharp? Go ahead,
Can I ask him
Councilman.
to explain to us what an air pack is?
Okay, so air pack or harness is what the, guys put on when they go into a structure, along with the mask and the bottle so they can breathe and smoke inside.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions for Interim Chief Sharp?
Our ladder truck,
Sir?
our ladder truck, is it still?
Yeah.
Do you know what line item is coming from, Interim Chief?
Yes, sir, line item, 51,320. And we did budget for it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
It's a budgeted line item, and it's in the purchase order form.
It's in the purchase order. All right, any other questions? Go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
Can you explain to us, if I remember right, these expire or something, so you have to get some new ones every few years, or how's that work?
Yes, usually the lifespan of SCBA system harness is about 15 years. These are, got data, 03 on them, so they 3 years out.
And now I'm seeing it, Interim Chief, that says to be in compliance with the NFPA standards.
Yes, sir.
That's where this request is coming from, so it's a need.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Did we purchase 2 back here recently, about a year, what was it, a year ago or what?
Purchased 7, in
I know
November.
we purchased some.
7 came in November.
Back in what year?
November 2020.
So we purchased 7 of them already. And now you
Need 9 more.
need 9 more.
Yes, sir.
But they expired, basically.
Expired.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Next item.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
You should have Resolution 154, 2021, which is the authorization for application to the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, also known as the American Rescue Plan. This application, last week when I spoke to the comptroller's office, they said that they had already began to send out millions of dollars to municipalities that are not entitlement cities, and of course, we are not an entitlement city. So we did not receive our funds directly, so we have to apply to the treasurer through the COVID-19 relief program application portal. And he encouraged us to try to get that done by July the 6th. And so we did, so you guys should have the resolution as well as all of the forms that were submitted. You should have the general budget form, which is what they calculate our amount from. You should have the expenditure listing form from 2019, as well as the state and federal authorization. That information has been submitted, and you guys also should have a copy of the message saying that your American Rescue Plan application has been approved. And so on Tuesday, we would just ask you to retroactively approve this resolution.
And what was the date that it needed to be as of what date?
July the 6th.
July the 6th.
Yes, sir. You guys have any questions?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Ms. Wood, I just want to thank you for being so prompt with this because we needed this. And also, before you have your seat, I just want to thank you and the Department of Planning and Development for an awesome event. We really enjoyed ourselves and it was superb. And I just want to give you kudos for you and your department and everybody else who had, all workers who worked on their off day. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And actually, I have a Facebook untruth to dispel as well.
Facebook. I wouldn't worry about what Facebook.
But I do want to make it clear for the public, I know it was said that we spent $60,000. That is absolutely not true. The only contract that came before you guys was $15,000 for the fireworks show. Now, that show and that event did probably cost upwards to almost $30,000, but because of our partners, and our community, organizations that paid for things like the band, paid for things like the Jumbotron, helped us to organize those village. This was a community effort. This was a team effort from all of the department heads. And so because of that, we were able to have such a successful event. And so I do want to thank all of our community partners as well. And then the last resolution that you guys have from Planning and Development, it is coming back before you. Hopefully, you guys have gotten with our attorney and we can move forward with appointing our Historic Preservation Commission. Those names have been included in the resolution. I know when I brought this to you guys, I think back in March, I told you that we were working and we wanted to get these people seated on the commission so that they can receive the proper training for our current members as well as our new members. I also informed you guys at a later council meeting that we were partnering with the city of Opelika and the city of Auburn because the training, you can't just have the training. You have to apply for a grant through the Alabama Historical Commission. It takes a while. Auburn just got approved about 2 weeks ago. They did reach out to us to give us the 3 options for the training dates, and they're actually waiting on us to respond to them. And so we have chosen August the 2nd and 3rd of the 3 options that they gave us. And so we would really beg of you guys, if we can try to move forward. I don't know what the holdup is, but if we can come to some resolve so that we can have these people appointed so that they can go and get training on August the 2nd and the 3rd, we would love for a favorable vote on Tuesday as well.
Council, your question, Council Palmer.
I thought I made it clear to the attorney that we needed to update our code to match the state code because the state code had last been updated prior to ours before we saw this resolution again.
Well, I understand that you guys want to work through that with the attorney. However, this resolution and these appointments are in line with the state code as well. And I don't know if, necessarily that should be a hang up for approving this so that we can get those people appointed and get them trained. But again, at this time, I would just ask you guys to consider it. If you need to ask me any questions offline, if you need to work through anything offline, please let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman James Thomas.
Yeah, I'd like to say this too to Ms. Wooten, that we received from the Alabama League of Municipality, State of Alabama, Office of the Attorney General, from the Alabama Association of the County Commission, and also from the Alabama League of Municipality, sent us that the recommendation of our money to be used. They recommend for all states and cities, a recommendation for the money to be used for public safety. We received a 3-page email that was sent to us today to all of the councils. I'm quite sure they have received it. Came from the Alabama League of Municipality today, telling us that with the crime and the violence that we're having all over the states, and the Attorney General advised us on some things that our money needs to do, what we need to do for our city to help us with these crimes and gun violence.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that, and I think President Young is going to set a date for us all to come together.
Right. Councilwoman Thomas, if you look on the agenda on the business items, we've got American Rescue Plan meeting, and I think that'd be a good place to talk about it. We're going to talk about it at that meeting because what she stated is true. Just today, we got the information from the Attorney General's office basically requesting that we spend this money, or at least a portion of it, on public safety to help fight violent crime. And I think that's also coming up under Public Safety Committee report as well. So thank you, Councilwoman Thomas, for bringing that up. And we will talk about it possibly very soon.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wu. Appreciate you. All right. Next, ma'am.
You received, Council, you received a memorandum requesting a meeting with the department heads and council. And I wanted to get an update. There were several dates listed in that memo being suggested. Just wanted to get the council's, if we can get a consensus on the date so that we can go ahead and facilitate that meeting. We're not asking for a council meeting. We're not asking that the council convene a meeting. We're asking that council members will attend the meeting to have a conversation with the department heads. I will convene the meeting and would ask that there be an exchange so that we can better understand what's really happening on the administrative side of government. And so if you have a date that you would agree on that's in the memo, then that's great. If not, then I would take your suggestion for another date.
Council members, is there any comment? Anybody like to make a comment regarding this request? Go ahead, Councilwoman James.
I request that we, personally myself, I think we do that respect to them. If they want to meet and talk to us, we should be honored and to hear from our department heads, because we are not here every day. They're out there doing what they have to do. So we need, as a council, to hear from them. Let them speak to us. Maybe they know something we don't know. And I think we have missed some of the dates on here. We need to make out, can I just be real? We need to stop having all these dates get past us, because time is going on and on and on. And we are missing so many dates. Let's just hear from the department heads and see what they have to say and just move forward.
Any other council members would like to? Yes, Councilman Johnson.
I'd like to meet Tuesday, maybe an hour or so before the council meeting is coming Tuesday.
We would prefer that we not be time constrained.
Okay.
Because there are 18 departments.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And if you put it an hour before, then you limited the amount of time that we can have to have a conversation.
I don't have the dates with me, so, yeah.
Any other council members would like to say anything? Any other council members would like to say anything?
What the meeting's about?
They want to have a conversation. I thought I just said they wanted to have a conversation to develop some kind of communication and understanding of what they deal with every day. Because the perception that we have is that the council does not fully understand what's happening on a daily basis within operations.
Can I ask this question?
Yeah.
Why is that perception? I mean, because I feel like any of the department heads can call us at any time and have a conversation with us. I've talked to several department heads. So why is there a perception that we don't understand what's going on their side?
I'm not interested in trying to answer for them. They've requested the meeting. They just want to know when you have a desire to meet. They can explain that themselves.
Any other discussion? Yes, Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
So they're gonna have a public meeting in the open
Yes.
for the citizens to hear?
It has to be public because there will be more than 5, assuming that you will be willing to meet.
Well, we can meet in private as long as we don't deliberate. That's the
Well,
key factor there.
Well, that's left up to how you want to do it. And again, we're not asking you to convene a council meeting.
Any other?
I'm out for 10 days, so don't let me hold up progress.
Well, let me start by saying none of the dates on the current schedule can work with my schedule. Let me be clear on that. And then next week, I will not be available as well. But let me go back and say some other things too. We appreciate the work of our department heads, because we know it's not easy to do what they do. That's why whenever I have an opportunity to speak to any of them, privately or publicly, I give them the respect that they deserve, for they do the work. And I thank them publicly, and members of this council have thanked them publicly before for all of the things that they do without a lot of pay. We wish we could give them more money, but they work. We tell them thank you. We do what we can. But right now, we owe the city of Selma a responsibility to address these crime issues. I have stated in public safety the other day, none of the things that we're talking about, none of the freedoms that we enjoy, going to Walmart, going to church, or doing anything else, is worth nothing if you don't have life. And right now in Selma, that's a huge concern. I have lived where I have lived for 46 years, 1720 Mars Street, Selma, Alabama, USA. And I have never felt the way that I feel now, fearing that a stray bullet is going to come through my house at any time. I've never felt that way. I believe that we have a pressing calendar before this council and for this legislative body right now. We have to select a new treasurer. That's going to require meetings. We have work sessions. Those are meetings. We have council meetings. Those are meetings. We've got to have the American Rescue Plan meeting. That's the meeting. Thank you. We've got a budget meeting. While I don't want to come across unsympathetic, because I am sympathetic, I'm an employee of somebody too. I know it's tough. I know it's hard. But that's why all of us are here to do the very best that we can. So I always keep it real. I said, I'm not available on those dates, and I'm not available next week. But I'm not going to be available for a while because we have so much work that needs to be done. We've got we've got to have some committee meetings because some of our committees have not met yet. So meeting on top of meeting. I don't believe this council, I know myself, don't want to meet just to meet. We like to meet to get something done. So to the department heads, all I can speak is for myself. I'm not available right now. Thank you, Councilman Johnson.
Mr. President, it's kind of tough for me you saying that because I think they deserve to be able to get some time from us. They're not asking for a lot. They're calling out to us to listen to them. Let's see what they're concerned about. All these other meetings we got, we could put them in our schedule some kind of way or another. And I think that's just fair. I mean, what I'm hearing now, I don't think that's right, man. I think that's fair. Oh, you said what you had to say. And you said your opinion. I'm saying my opinion. Please. And I deserve it. I thought you were finished. No, I'm not finished. And I'm just basically saying is, it's just like the lead said about us. We just are average citizens until we up here. They work hard every day. Every day. They bust their butt for us. When we put our requests in, you know, and we get on them when things don't get done. But we got to hear them tell us why sometimes they don't get done on what they need. All I'm asking is us at least listen to them. I think they deserve that. You just told me 100 things that we got to do, but you didn't say one time, well, we'll try to ease them in. It's like, I want to say something else, them. But no, that's not the case. We need to listen to them. They're crying out to us. And that's all I'm saying, Mr. President. Please, some kind of enough, let's please listen to them. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
I agree, but it is not out of line to ask for things to be put in writing. I understand an audience, and I appreciate being eyeball to eyeball, but it's not out of line to have something put in writing so we've got some kind of agenda set before us with items that we can be prepared not only to listen to, but be prepared to respond to in order for a meeting to be constructive. Just for somebody to come in and say, I'm gonna throw up on you, I don't know that that's gonna do a whole lot of good.
That's fair. At least get an opportunity.
Now, may I respond, Councilman Johnson? Thank you, sir. Now, you said you listened. I don't think you heard me all the way. I listed all of those different things that we needed to do. And I said what I felt was our number one priority right now. And I said right now, I felt and believed that this council couldn't fit it in because of all these other pressing matters that have to be dealt with right now. I did not ever say we could not have a conversation. But I believe, looking at these items on this agenda that we have now, and being the fact that this weekend, I think somebody had another murder, that we need to deal with those things, Councilman Johnson. That's what I'm saying. And the reason I started speaking, just I guess you thought the same thing, I thought you had completed your train of thought. And I quickly apologize to you. I thank you for that. All right.
Can I just say one other thing? Now, keep in mind, the chief of police is part of the department here as well. So that's and that's part of what you're saying is very important. He may want to speak about some things that we need to help with the crimes and stuff. Well, he's part of the committee as well.
And Councilman Johnson, he attended our public safety committee meeting on last week, and him and the assistant chief expressed those things that needed to be done in their opinion. Well, definitely the assistant chief. So I don't see where there isn't a line of communication, because department heads through the week give me a call about things and we talk, and that's what we do. But again, I never ruled out completely. I just said not now. Councilman Carmichael and then Councilwoman Jane. Councilwoman
I want to
Thomas.
encourage all the council to maybe have some committee meetings over the course of the next couple of months, and we can hear from them about the committee, and we'll need to have committee meetings to talk about each department for the budget as well. So, I mean, if we don't, for some reason, have this meeting, then maybe we can at least have some conversations during these other meetings. And I don't know if that'll help or not, but you know, it may be hard to get us all in a room together, but we have to attend some of these other meetings. Mayor, I know you've had them before us twice. All the departments had something to say to us when we were talking about the last budget. You know, that you went through and each of them said something to us. I mean, that was a work session, I believe. So I think maybe we can fit some time in these other meetings is all I'm saying.
I want to share with you what I heard you say. I'm just a messenger. But I want to share with you what I just heard you say. The first thing is, you spoke of public safety. When I look at these people, I don't see a single department that's not engaged in public safety. In order for public safety to be effective in this city, it takes every one of them to work together to get it done. Every one of them. Not one or two of them. The other thing is, to say or to even suggest, no disrespect, that they want to just throw up on you, when all they've asked to do is have a conversation so that we could better understand where we are and how people feel in this situation. It is not a throw-up request. It is a request to have a conversation. I want to also remind you that every one of those meetings that you say y'all got to have, if they don't show up, you can't do nothing. Nothing will happen. Absolutely nothing. You'll just be meeting for meeting's sake. If you don't have them to do the work, then the public is not served. And what you're saying is you don't have time to listen to them. And the next thing I heard is sympathy. They don't want your sympathy. No, I don't want your sympathy. I'm sympathetic. We're not interested in sympathy. They want to have a conversation. If you don't want to meet, that's fine. I'll move on to the next item.
Before you do, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to refrain from several comments. You said what the point of my comments were that I wanted to avoid. I do care how people feel, but I really don't care how anybody feels. Unless we're getting something done, I don't want to just listen to somebody tell me how they feel. I understand they're frustrated. I get it. I'm frustrated sitting up here. We're all frustrated. I don't think there's been one council person says, I'm confused about a department. I don't think anybody up here is confused about what's going on. I think we understand pretty well what's going on. And just to come in and talk and tell us your feelings, I'm not going to make time to listen to how somebody feels.
Well, I can assure you that I've never seen any relationship improve without communications, without being concerned about how a person feels about their work environment. I think is a tragic comment to come from this body. I'm moving on.
Hold on. Are there any other council members that would like to make a comment? Councilman Carmichael.
So what this meeting, that you're saying, we're gonna change the work environment because of this meeting? Do we affect their work environment on a day-to-day basis?
Every day.
Every day?
All day, every day.
Well, I want to let y'all know that if you need my number, you can have it. You can call me
That's not how
anytime.
this works.
Please, I'm talking to them.
Go ahead, but I'm just.
If you need to call me, please call me and express your concerns to me anytime. I work 10 hours at bare minimum a day, and I have a wife that's got cancer and just had surgery. I've got 2 kids that I'm trying to raise, and I'm trying to make 2 or 3 meetings a week. But I'll answer my phone anytime. In the middle of the night, I'll answer my phone. So please call me if you have any concerns with anything that I'm doing. Please, I'm begging you.
Thank you. Councilwoman James and then Councilwoman James Thomas.
I'm personally myself, and I'm speaking only for me. I'm not speaking for any other council person up here. I work in a system where the teachers want to do some things and they upset on some things, so I understand why they want to do that. I work in a system where we have lost 30 teachers this year because of some things that's going on in the system. So I feel what they feel. Everybody can't make time. We might not can meet with everybody, but can I put a suggestion out there? This is just something coming off of my heart. Maybe we can meet individual. If you want to meet with individual that's able to do it, meet with them. But I don't like being up here hearing things where I don't care, I don't do this. We're not here. We all are selfish. We need to start acting like it. Because this thing about this council and this thing about these department heads is getting out of hand. We need to get it back together. We will never, ever solve a crime or make this city safe if we appear bigger with each other. We got to be one self. One self, man. We need to stop this today. Whether you like me or not, you're going to respect me and I'm going to respect you. I don't care about fanfare. That's not me. I'm about getting the job done. You can walk out this door and never speak to me again. But I'm gonna respect you on this council. I'm gonna respect the citizens. It's time out for this. That's why we have so many murders. Because they seeing what we do. They are watching what we do. If we fight it, they know we're not trying to catch them. Because we're up here fighting about the budget. We're up here fighting about who got this power, who got this. Nobody has no powers in Selma now because it's out of hand. So we need to come on back in and get it together and do what we're going to say we're going to do so we can be one Selma so these kids, it might not hit your door yet. But if we don't solve a lot of things, it's going to hit our door. So about this thing about having power or having class, we need to get that back because when they shooting, ain't nobody got no power. Ain't nobody got no class. So y'all, let's come together. Let's get Selma back together. I didn't get elected to come up here and argue with nobody. I'm here to do a job for the city. Everybody can't do that. Everybody got a situation. Everybody know my situation. My husband is at home on the TPN, but I'm up here. My husband stayed in the hospital 4 months, but I still make time because I don't know who got to make time for me. So y'all, let's get it together as a citizens, get this Selma back where we can walk around and hold our heads up and say, I live in Selma. I don't care about Facebook. I don't care about you putting me on Facebook. I don't care about that stuff. Y'all better know that.
All right, thank you.
I'm worried about Selma. Let's get Selma back together. Let's care about each other.
Agreed.
Let's care.
Councilwoman Janet Thomas.
You don't have anything to say. I was gonna say something good, but I'm just gonna leave this what the Lord just put in my heart to say to him. But I'm gonna leave it alone. I ain't gonna open my mouth right
Okay. All right, Mayor, thank you. I know you want to continue. I just want to say, you still have my sympathy. Whether you want it or not, you still have my sympathy because I know the conditions that you all are working on. And I still applaud you for your efforts. All of you. Because I know it's difficult. But somehow you all get it done. Selma is not exactly the way we want it, but we still flow. There's still some life. And our department heads and our employees, we always just mention department heads. We gotta also think about those laborers and those people that are working and getting stuff done or been taking orders. The man on the top can't smile if the man on the bottom ain't holding him up. So I commend not just I commend everybody that's working. I commend Mayor Perkins. I commend Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Christy Thomas, Councilman Randolph in his absence, Councilman Harville, Councilwoman James, Councilman Jemison, Councilman Carmichael, and Councilwoman Jane Thomas. Because at the end of the day, we may not get it exactly the way you want it, but we are trying. We are trying. Department heads are trying. The mayor is trying. We all trying. You keep trying, hoping for that win. Thank you. Mayor?
They just asked for a meeting. My next item is a resolution to authorize weed abatement in the city of Selma. I recognize all of the conflict and confusion that surfaced about that. The realities are right now, if we don't go forward, we can't go anywhere with this. We can't rebid it because the original bids have been disclosed. And once we did that, we uncovered the winning vendors' numbers. And to go back and try to do this at this point, we'll just have to come up with another way to do it. So I'm going to ask the council to consult with your attorney, to do whatever you need to do to see if you can vote this resolution favorably on Tuesday. Vote it up or down. If you vote it down, then we'll figure another way to cut those 250 lots that we had identified that need cut. If you vote it up, we'll move forward with the contractors that won the bid and move forward. That's all I have on that.
Hold on a second, Councilman Harville is first.
Yes, sir. The contract contracts to cut for a year? Is that what was it, for a full year? Was it for the remainder of the year? I don't remember.
No, it was for 4 months, that's correct.
COVID is becoming this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a contract, this contract was to actually get the situation under control. So that when winter comes in, by that time, Public Works is fully equipped and staffed, and we can go ahead and maintain. That's what this is about.
Councilman, and the only problem we have is the timing on the paperwork.
No, that's not the only problem.
What other problem is?
There were three issues that I pointed out. There was the time, and that coincides with there wasn't a public meeting because the time wasn't let out. And then there was the process in bid law, and state bid law says the council chooses the low bidder, and then there's a resolution that's written up, that's drawn up, and then a contract. And we choose the low bidder based on being a responsible bidder. In the state law, it repeats responsible bidder over and over and over again, because sometimes there's people that may bid that don't have the things that are required to contract with the city. So you have to double check all that before you choose the lowest responsible bidder.
But also,
this is state law though.
But also you have the right that we don't pay nobody until the public work director check behind them. I mean, because
You can make a motion and everybody can vote and all the same, that's fine.
Right, but I'm thinking that right now we have to make sure that, because in the past, we don't pay nobody until the ward leader, public work go behind and check and see. But now, you telling me now, we got 200, how many lots there? 200 some lots?
It's 250.
And right now, Ward 8 is a disaster. I can't speak for anybody's ward. And right now, we gonna kill this for these little smaller items.
It's against the law.
It's a Class C felony if you break this
I'm
law.
not going to jail.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, Councilwoman Jane Thomas,
And I want to say it's not a joke, y'all. This is real. And everybody know how I do my research. When this was done, I wanted to make sure, and according to the lead of the Alabama League of Municipality, I told them exactly what happened. And according to our bid law that we have, if the procedures were done according to what the bid law has, we would not have to do what we've done. And he said that. He said today, I talked with him again because this was on my mind. And he said that if you read the bid law, and according to the procedures that we are supposed to do with this grass contract, according to the way it's supposed to be bid. And if we do what the mayor said on the radio though, he said waive it, since it was just one. But it wasn't just one. And I asked the attorney, if we waive this, what the mayor said on the radio this morning, said the council can waive this. No, we cannot, because we would not be, as the legislative branch of this body, doing according to the bid law that require us to do our duty with this process. And he said that we will be held for the penalty. We read the penalty. So we said we want to do things right. We came and said things weren't done right. When the council's trying to go by according to what the bid law required us to do. And if we do this, it's on our head. It's not going to be on nobody else's head but this body of the council, because we're breaking the law. So that's why it wasn't done. I hate it was done like that, but it put this body of the council in a position. So laws are laws, and we are going to have to honor the way things are supposed to be done according to the law that the bid law says.
And we just saw Mr. President, Attorney Madison, have you looked into this?
Yes, I have. I'll have to report on it in my report.
Okay, awesome, good enough. Thank you.
My final comment on this is simply this. The clerk has owned the clerical error. She indicated that this is the first time that this has happened since she's been clerk. it was admirable of her to own the clerical error. The question then becomes, is it a non-recoverable error? And I'm gonna ask again that you consult with the attorney on that. The second thing I want to mention is the public meeting issue is tied to the fact that the time was not on the document. If the time had been on it, then there would be no question about the public meeting.
That's the same.
Exactly. So I know, but when you said it was 3 items in there.
I know, but that's just one. The time of the public meeting are just one.
Okay, well, that's what I was pointing out, that they are the same.
Right.
And then the council has the requirement to choose the low bidder. I would suggest to the council that you would allow the professionals to do what they do. When they open the bids, it's not one person. They're a team of people. And when they do it with the utmost integrity. I trust them in doing the right thing. This was a clerical error. And so it is not a requirement that the bids are open in a council meeting. It is a requirement that it is in a public meeting, and the public meeting simply would be the public is notified that the meeting is taking place. Again, that goes back to the time that was not on the document. And then as it relates to the low responsible bidder, the team of people who opened the bids made that determination. And what we were doing, we were not trying to supersede the council's authority to approve. We were bringing the results to the council for the purpose of approving what was done. The council still has the opportunity and the authorization to approve it. There is a resolution that has been added to what was submitted to you. We're asking, all I'm asking is that the council votes on it, vote it up or down. That's all I'm asking. And I think that's what you do. And that's all I'm asking.
You missed that other point.
What was the other one?
That the resolution has to be voted on by the council before a contract is formed.
And that's fine too.
Yeah.
That's fine too. That's fine too. And so the resolution will be before you Tuesday. If you vote it up, we'll do the contract. We'll let the contracts move forward. But it's really still all tied to that one primary issue. And so here, I've moved on from that. I'm simply asking for a vote.
Yes, sir.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for a vote. Let's see here. I think I may have covered all of my bases here. Let me just check one more time. That. Yep. I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate y'all. And I'll put together another memo if they ask me to ask for another meeting. But I think I'm gonna have some trouble from them getting them to all the meetings y'all have.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right, Attorney Madison, attorney's report, please, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
still trying to adjust to talking with the mask on my face. I think the microphone might help a little bit. First of all, I want to apologize to the council and the mayor and the ladies and gentlemen of the city of Selma for my tardiness. Believe it or not, I started working on some final documents at 7:30 this morning, and I finished around 4:30 this afternoon. That's part of the reason why you got the documents I forwarded along with the mayor's report today, when you got them. But time is always of the essence, so I apologize for my Claudia. I want to start with the items from my last work session report, but I want to go in reverse order from item 4 to 1. I actually want to leave 1 until the end because there were some items I received in the communication regarding resolutions and a contract that I think are very urgently needed for your consideration for voting Tuesday. I believe it wound up being altogether with some information you were not privy to, about 5 resolutions and a contract, in addition to what I was prepared to report on from last work session. Plus a bunch of research that I definitely don't want to talk about because my head is just spinning with my own research. The landfill resolution in the June 17, 2021 Selma City Council work session was forwarded to you for your review based on the fact that we had, I'm prone to say an untimely death, but I don't think anybody's death is ever timely. I know everybody wants to go to heaven, but ain't nobody ready to leave today. What I was presenting on the 17th at the work session in the form of a landfill resolution was designed to ask for your consideration and deliberation approval of 2 personnel changes and a contract for a consultant. Let me take what I think is actually the easier part of that discussion first, which is the consultant's contract, because we're not asking for you to change the contract. We're asking for consideration on the frequency and amount of payments within the dollar value of the contract. I'm not asking for 1 cent more than what's already been allocated under the contract. That consultant's contract for E3 Solutions was drafted to include, under the scope of work, the consultant being in the city of Selma working for the landfill approximately 3 days per month. Per month. That's on average once every 10 days. On average. Whether it's 3 days 1 week or 2 1 week and 1 another week. That's on average 3 days a month. The consultant has spent driving from Birmingham to Selma 15 days in Selma in the month of, let's say, May. 15 days in the month of May. I don't even know how many days in the month of June because I haven't asked her yet, and she hasn't told me. But what we're trying to do, ladies and gentlemen of the council, is compensate the consultant for the additional 10 to 12 days per month she's spending driving back and forth from Birmingham and Selma. Mileage, motels, hotels. She's not sleeping outside, she's sleeping in a hotel. And that length of time, that amount of time, I don't believe was factored into her contract to begin with. I certainly didn't imagine her spending 15 days in the first month or 2 of working for the city. Not to mention the complication of the landfill director passing away the end of June, at or near the end of May, at or near the end of May, Mr. Moselle Williams. So what the consultant has been doing is basically serving in her capacity as consultant to help run the landfill, work with ADM, make reports, drive back and forth, work with Public Works, arrange training for the landfill employees, help secure a portable building for the landfill workers to utilize as an office and a restroom. Those individuals didn't have anywhere to go to the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen, working at the landfill, at your landfill, city landfill, didn't have anywhere to go to the bathroom. That's what the consultant has assisted the Public Works Director, who's acted, especially since the landfill director's death. The Public Works Director has acted as the interim landfill director without official authorization. So I'm also asking on behalf of the landfill and the Public Works Director to include payment to him for the work he's doing. He's also running the Public Works Department. That's Mr. Henry Hicks. I'm asking furthermore that the payments he gets would come out of the salary that no longer is going to be drawn by the landfill director, because you don't have a landfill director. There is none. I'm asking furthermore, that Mr. Marcus Thompson have his pay changed from, I believe it's $12 an hour to $15 an hour, because he now is the only fully certified operator at the landfill, without whom you cannot keep the landfill open, period. Although there's training underway, being scheduled and underway as we speak. That was the resolution 150-20/21 for the landfill action. There was a housing authority MOU dated the 1st of May 2021 and scheduled to be entered into between the City of Selma and the Selma Housing Authority, a municipal public housing authority, which in effect authorizes the city to participate in the employment of an individual who will maintain, whereas the city maintains a full-service police department to provide public safety, and the chief of police serves as chief law enforcement officer for the city and the CEO police department. The mayor is designating the chief of police to establish an MOU with the Selma Housing Authority and its president after the approval of this board for an APO certified police officer to act as a liaison, and law enforcement subject matter expert to the authority, with the payment of that APO certified officer coming from the housing authority, and only any overtime encountered with the approval of the chief of police of the city of Selma. Only overtime being covered out of the funds of the city of Selma. That MOU sets forth all the responsibility, rights, and obligations of that employee, as well as the fact that they ultimately will be accountable to the chief of police, not the Selma Housing Authority. I've presented that MOU for your consideration and hopeful approval. The next item on my June 17th work session report was a Roosevelt Goldsby contract. Mr. Goldsby, as some of you may recall, was first mentioned to this body as a former member of Tax and License, and did some work for the city of Selma, but did not have a contract extended to him because one wasn't needed in light of the fact that what work was being sought to be done was actually accomplished in such short order. I think something like a couple of days, 2 or 3 days, that his services were no longer required at that point. Since then, the interim tax and license director has encountered some complications that have caused for her not to be at work, and we are in need of someone to assist in her fill in the capacity that the interim tax and license director was serving to take care of the city's tax and license needs. The contract for Mr. Goldsby is being submitted, and the agreement is for a period of June 15, 2021 through September 14, 2021. Mr. Goldsby is still serving in the capacity of a consultant, and as such, we're asking that in this contract he be paid the sum of $5,000 for services rendered from fund account 1-6011-52100. There's a payment schedule there, and it's basically in accordance with Selma City of Selma's payroll expenditure schedule. Also in the front of you should be actually 1, 2, 3, 4 resolutions. The last one is the weed abatement resolution, which, as I said, I would like to cover last in the hopes of getting as much of this out of the way as possible before we tackle that last item. But you have, at the request of the president of the council, a resolution to there is a draft resolution that I've put in front of you for an interim treasurer because I know you're in the process of doing that, and I was asked to prepare an interim treasurer appointment resolution. There's a resolution to revise public buildings contracts in front of you, which was asked for by the Director of Public Buildings, Ms. Stephanie Menifee. Her request is that the contract now of record be changed to reflect a $50 additional fee for sanitization of all public building properties in accordance with COVID and variant transmission of disease, possible transmission of disease. That sanitization process was encouraged by the state health officer, and the city of Selma is seeking to comply with that for all.
What's up, attorney? Does everyone have?
That's all the stuff we
Negative
need.
goes right.
We don't have.
We don't have none of that. I'm trying to figure out where we.
Keep talking.
We got it at the last work session, but it was printed off for us during the work
That's
session.
fine.
And it was never emailed to us, so even us with computers can't find it in our emails.
And while you were talking, I was searching for these items, and I haven't been able to find them. And so I was just wondering, did anybody else have?
Did we get it emailed to you? I haven't I have to have it. The resolutions I'm speaking of now and a draft contract were sent to Ms. Connie Ellison.
Okay.
And should have been sent a few hours before this meeting today.
Ms. Ellison?
You bet.
I didn't get here till 5:35, and I had it at 5:35, so I'm gonna check again.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I just want to make sure we had what you.
And I totally understand that. If I'm talking about something you don't see, it doesn't help anybody that's.
We just been listening, but continue. Continue.
Well, the bottom line of all of this is there should be 1, 2, 3, 4 resolutions in the packet forwarded from me to the council. I was pretty sure through Ms. Ellison that she hasn't seen them, she hasn't seen them. But the additional item on that list is a community service contract for, I believe it's P&G LLC. All of those items were the items forwarded today. I think that contract was much later than the other 3 or 4, but it was forwarded too. If you don't have it, there's no sense in me talking about it.
With the, I took the liberty of asking Ms. Ellison to print those out. For Ms. Ellison?
8:06 p.m.
You talking about this about
8:06 p.m.
8:06 p.m. They sent it out. Mrs. Ellison says she's received documents, I'm talking about at 8:06 p.m. that was sent probably 3 or 4
All right,
hours.
so that we can all get on the same page here. Let's go first with this NPG P&G LLC contract.
Gotcha.
Okay, so this is one that should be printed out for you. Ms. Ellison did print this out earlier. I asked her to. Okay, so go over this one for us real quick.
The City of Selma P&G LLC contract is for community service. That contract is, hold it, let me get my cheat sheet. That contract is for community outreach contracts and independent contractor agreement, designed for NPG, I think I said PNG, NPG LLC, to develop, plan, assist, build, facilitate, advise, conduct, and my glasses are fogging up, so bear with me. NPG LLC will develop, plan, assist, build, facilitate, advise, conduct, interpret, train, mentor, and coordinate various city system-wide ward activities such as community outreach, conflict resolution, workshops, crime prevention awareness, community engagement training, for the purpose of enhancing community relationships and fostering a feeling of trust and community involvement. The contract price to be paid to NPG LLC is a sum of $30,000 for the material and labor to be performed under the contract, subject to any additions and/or deductions made pursuant to authorized change orders. The completion time is the term of the contract is to be from July the 15th, 2021 to January 31st, 2022 upon approval by this body. The term, 6 months, the contract should automatically renew in subsequent periods of the same length, and the payments are to be made at the rate of $2,500 bi-weekly, equivalent to $5,000 monthly, until the completion of the work by the contractor.
That's a no.
Right, yeah. Okay, all right. Anything else you want to ask about the council?
Not on the contract.
Okay, about this contract.
Not on the
I'll get to you, Council Parliament, and say, this contract that is before you now comes out of the Public Safety Committee. The Public Safety Committee has been meeting. We're not sitting on our hands. We've been meeting. And we all are aware of what's going on in the community with violence. And we also understand we need to improve the relationship between the police department and the community. So therefore, Mr. Neely, who is NPG LLC, has spoken to the chief and assistant chief. So it has their blessing as well. He has spoken to them to come up with this term in which his business will work with the police department to do those things that are mentioned in this contract, including those ward meetings and different things he can do to de-escalate some of these situations and to improve the overall relationship. Public safety, as Councilwoman Jamie Thomas has said, is our #1 issue right now. You gotta live to live. And so we need to work on this relationship right now with the police and our community. So council, I am asking, because I don't usually ask, but I am asking that when we do take up this vote on Tuesday, that this contract receives a favorable voting. I'm gonna do this for this one, I'm gonna do it for another one, because public safety is our main issue right now. We need to get some stuff done. This will hopefully get some things done. And again, it comes from the blessing from the department. Now, any questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Carmichael.
What line item does this come from, or are we adding a line item to the budget?
What we're gonna try to do is get with the chief and see exactly, we'll have that ready by Tuesday.
It'll come from the police.
It'll come, yeah, we're gonna get with the chief and find out exactly what. If not, we'll go to the unappropriated. If we can't get that from him, then we'll go to the unappropriated line item to get this done. Any other questions? Okay. Again, council, please review this. If you have any questions, you can speak to Mr. Neely, myself, or the chief or assistant chief. Thank you so much. I appreciate your consideration. Go ahead, attorney.
Do I need to revisit again the resolution to revise the public buildings contract to include a $50 sanitization fee?
I don't have a copy of it right now, but the rest of the council, do y'all have a copy of it?
No.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I'd like to say something. With the public building, she's requesting to raise on all public building facility.
Yes.
Is the way this really supposed to be done, because I believe in doing things the right way. I understand that our director bring you a contract saying for us to vote on to raise all of the public building facilities up to $50, but it is supposed to be brought to the table because we have a contract that lays out for all the. We have a price for all of the buildings of every facility that belongs to the city of the municipality. This should have came before the public building, like the committee, the mayor, and the director. When you're raising government property, the council is over the city assets in the property. It should have been handled the proper way. This is why the purpose of our committees is to connect with the mayor, whoever the director. When that's why we have all of these committees. So when we get ready to do something and we need to vote to bring it back, the committee, the chairperson would bring this back. We never met on it. We heard the mayor say it before. They have to realize, I know department heads, they really don't have an authority to raise the price up. It should come before the body of the municipality and met with the committee, and then the committee would bring it back. We would have brought it back to the
So it's being brought before the body, now you want to draw and before the committee first?
It should have been done like that in the first.
You want to present to the committee first?
Yes.
Okay.
When you raising prices on city municipality property, I'm telling you what the law is.
I understand.
Because I can quote it right
I'm
here.
not taking issue with anything you said.
But see, I'm trying to, I believe in working right. I don't want department heads to think that they can jack the price up on municipality property without coming to the government body, which is that this whole body up here, we control all the assets property. And it should have, we could have met. I know the mayor is the mayor over the executive day-to-day operation, and I know the mayor might have chosen to do this. But there are procedures when it comes to city government property that it should have been brought before the body of the council before he brought a contract before us saying they're gonna raise the price up on all of the government.
There is no contract before.
Resolution.
The resolution. We had some of our building, I wanted to have a meeting, and I asked Ms. Nikki to ask to have the mayor in the public building to have a meeting, because I wanted to give a report. I wanted to give a report on a type of facility that we let people use. We rent stuff out, and I wanted to talk about it. But before I could vote on a resolution to raise the price on things, I like the things to be done according to the law required of this body of the council.
Okay, all right. Okay, we're gonna let the mayor came up, so go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. The last two issues that you've taken up are two really good reasons why we need to have this meeting. The public safety resolution that Council President is advocating and promoting, it never has been discussed with me as mayor. Every conversation has bypassed the mayor's office. It has gone directly to the chief, totally ignoring the fact that all of these departments are going to be impacted by that resolution. The other thing is this, what Councilwoman Thomas just said, that we need to have brought this before the governing body. You are the governor.
She's talking about the committee.
No, I'm simply, I heard how others interpreted what she said, but I also heard what she said, that it needs to go before the governing body. The department head is not trying to raise the rate. We're simply bringing the proposal to you because of the additional cost associated with servicing the facilities after they have been used. And we're asking you to consider that additional cost by looking at the resolution. Vote it up or down. But this was no interest in trying to disrespect the committee. It's just trying to get the work done. And see when we, see, I get to hear what they are saying. You don't. But what was just said was very offensive. And I'm just trying to get you to understand how important it is to have the conversation. And just because of what I just said, because I was gonna leave it alone. On Tuesday night, I'm going to hold the council to determine which council members would be willing to meet with this body of department heads to have a conversation about what's going on. And then we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right, continue. Oh, Councilwoman Thomas, you got anything else on that?
Yes, I would like to say this. I know, Mayor, you're the mayor, but there are bylaws and there are things in place according to the law under the, that's why we put these, that's why these things were put in places for everything to work right. It's in our book where this president selected each committee. Each person is a part of a committee. In order for things to work right, we are going to have to go by according to what the law requires of this government body. I understand that this attorney, Attorney Madison, you of all should know according to what the municipality law requires on all city government procedures with dealing with from land to assets to ordinance of everything. And the only thing I said, that's the purpose of us having committees. So we work, that is working through the committee. We have had a meeting with the committee before. So it's no different in you drawing up a resolution to get a vote for us to say that you want to increase the finance on the buildings. And that is not the way, we don't get a chance to write a resolution. We don't get, this body don't get a chance to write their resolution according to something that we wants to do or we wants to change. So I'm not saying nothing to offend anyone, but I told the mayor, if you bring us something, and I know how it's supposed to be done, and according to the law, under the Alabama League of Municipalities, what we learned with government property, it is working connected together, and we must work together on dealing with city assets. That's all I see.
And Councilwoman Thomas, I thought I understood everything you said and attempted to respond briefly by saying you're suggesting that it come before the committee first, period.
Okay. Well, I'm going to refrain from making a comment out of interest of time because there's some responses I'd like to make, but I'm not going to make them in the interest of time. Go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
Just real quick, I'm looking for this document. Was this in the documents that was sent just now? Okay.
So we'll have that then looked at.
The email. The email went out. That's not resolution 125/20/21.
That's resolution, the public board, the resolution to revise public buildings contract. That's R 159-20/21.
R 159.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'll follow along. All right.
Okay.
Do you see it?
I do see it. Yes.
Okay.
All right, continue on.
All right. The next resolution, R 157-20/21, is the appointment of interim treasurer. That resolution says what the law says, you can appoint an interim treasurer. And it details a couple of other specifics under the statute, setting of a bond when that person is nominated, appointed, that you have the right to determine the job description, job duties, and salary. And I was asked to draft it, so I drafted it. The next item is the the emergency declaration for public works repairs to be done at Memorial Stadium immediately and in the interest of public safety, health, and general welfare. That's R 155-20/21. Dr. Hendricks, reported earlier that she is attempting to get the bleachers repaired at Municipal Stadium, along with a couple other things she mentioned. What's happened is, after a storm of some 6 or 7 months ago, which I remember vividly because I was without electricity for 3 days, couldn't do anything. We were watching the food spoil in the refrigerator. We had insurance adjusters at some point in time eventually descend on the city to write up damage to 21 different city buildings, city properties, 21 different city properties. I believe Dr. Henry's also pointed out that we're still waiting on payment for some of those properties, including municipal stadium. So what we're trying to do is get the council to consider, deliberate, and approve an emergency status for the work that needs to be done on the stadium, starting with the stands, so that the stadium can be used again by all of the schools in the area and any other citizens of the city of Selma safely. What I did in preparation for presenting this emergency resolution, request for emergency status to you, the council, is contact the League of Municipalities to get confirmation of what my reading was of the emergency exception to the bid law. That exception allows for an emergency status to be declared when there is an issue of public health, safety, welfare, and there's a statement that's a work of art, convenience. Convenience. That's a very general term. You got convenience stores, so you can run into them anytime of day and night. But public health, safety, welfare, and convenience are one part of the requirement that needs to be satisfied. The other part is immediacy. And that was when I was kind of scratching my head over, because the storm was October 28th, 29th of last year. I said, well, how is this an immediate issue? Well, it's an immediate issue because of the combination of how much damage there was, the fact that we had to clean up the whole city. It wasn't just the buildings. If you remember, you voted for over $1.2 million worth of trash and trees and limbs to be cleaned up. Alabama Power had to clean up all those power lines and restore power. And over the last 6 months, we have waited and waited and waited for insurance payments so we can come in and say, we got the money, we want to do X. We don't have the money. So now we're in a situation where between now and August the 27th of this summer, schools will be ready to play their home football games. All the city and county schools, public and private, will be wanting to use the stadium, but cannot and will not be able to. Dr. Hendricks was attempting to secure, this is listed in the items under the timeline in that resolution. Dr. Hendricks attempted to secure the assistance of someone who was going to provide labor free of charge. That person was attempted to be coordinated with at least twice, never showed up to a meeting to discuss doing the work free of charge. They maybe had a change of heart, Representative Randolph, Councilman Randolph. It's hard to get people to show up to do work and get paid these days because there is a crush of issues with materials and supplies and the supply chain, as well as an escalation of labor costs.
Okay, is that the resolution?
That's the resolution.
Okay, so that resolution is before us for us to review.
All those things factor into what
resolution is that? What resolution is that?
Immediacy.
Okay, give me that resolution number again.
Resolution number is 155-20/21.
155, okay.
155-20/21.
All right, you can continue on.
And then there was an issue of the Selma Civilian Review Board brought to my attention. And I was asked to craft a resolution out of the information I provided. I did a little bit more due diligence and research than just crafting it. I was actually in the process of crafting it when the question arose to me whether or not it was going to require ordinance or resolution. I went into the League of Municipalities manual for municipalities and counties, but municipalities is in our case, and was not satisfied. I wound up reading out of some 20 pages or so, enough to justify calling the league in the morning to ask them, am I on the resolution track or the ordinance track here because of the permanency?
The city of Madison did theirs by ordinance.
And that's why I stopped drafting the resolution.
And then the city of Huntsville did theirs by resolution.
And so I want to get a reading in the morning of whether I need to present you with an ordinance or a resolution.
Okay.
And I'll be able to do that before Tuesday.
So we'll just get that on whether or not it's an ordinance or a
Yes,
resolution.
yes.
Okay.
Now-
And council, we'll, that was the Selma City Review Board, the material that's already been presented. I got Ms. Ellison to print that out and give that to you all too. I will not insult your intelligence by reading this to you, as I don't think the words aren't that big. So I think we can all read them. So I am coming to you asking for approval for this. It came out of the Public Safety Committee as well. It is designed to help us again dealing with our public safety, allowing our citizens to have some type of say when there is a situation. Councilwoman
I
Thomas.
just got one question to ask the attorney. You just read us a resolution of saying for the Recreation Department that you're making a resolution to declare to say this is an emergency.
The repairs, needed repairs.
Okay, can I ask you this? How many months this been? What, 8, 9 months?
It's been 7, I think.
7? It happened in October.
October 28th and 29th.
It happened October 28th. It happened October 28th up to this calendar month up to now. Then we are into July. And we are doing a resolution declaring that the recreation department out there with what you're saying to get done in order for the move on this. We are saying this is a emergency, which you say you got it out of the bid law.
I looked at the emergency exception in the bid law
the
and talked with the League of Municipalities
Okay.
about those 2 requirements.
Okay. I thought when it first came before us, they said that they had did claims. The mayor and everybody had went to the block park when Zeta came in and tore up did some damage over it. They were talking about how much damage that was done during the time of October the 28th.
I took pictures of the damage. I
Okay,
visited
I
the park,
understand that.
Municipal Stadium myself.
I understand that. And also, I see, it was said that some claims were filed on all of our city municipality property.
21 properties.
21 property. So up to this point now, even dealing with the state, you have, so the insurance hadn't paid anything?
I didn't say that. They haven't paid this claim.
They hadn't paid this claim?
No, and we have several claims still pending.
Okay, so you're asking this body of council to say it's an emergency to move on what we need to move on?
Yes,
I got you.
yes.
I got what you said.
Thank you.
So I'll take it in.
Under advisement.
In consideration.
Under advisement.
I'm gonna take it in consideration, but you know that I'm gonna go look to, what you just said.
Councilwoman, I expect nothing less.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right.
That is, with the exception of the weed abatement,
Okay.
which I intentionally say, I guess you could say, tongue in cheek, the best for last. I wasn't here when the discussion took place on the weed abatement matter. But I've been working with the clerk, code enforcement director, public works director, planning and development director, the mayor, and now the council, and appeared at the pre-award conference and the bid opening, and then found out that there was a date missing on the notice, which did go out of the date, the date, no, I didn't say the time, which did go out of the date that the award, the bids were to be open, but no time. That is an obvious error, mistake, and defect. The research I've done and am doing, continue to do, does not show it's a fatal defect that the time was, as a clerical error, was not included. It is not lost on your city attorney that to violate the bid law is a Class C felony. I would be idiotic to presume that you would listen to me tell you to violate a law and create a Class C felony. The mistake that was made was a clerical error. I don't think it's a fatal mistake. I was asked about that. I've discussed this with one or two attorneys and with everybody on the team, because I was, as I said, I wasn't here when this debate took place. I want to encourage the council to consider this fact, that to violate, to find a contract void or voidable, there must be fraud, duress, coercion, illegality, or mistake proven. A mistake can cause a document to be voided or voidable, but it can also be considered a non-fatal mistake that can be cured, a defect that can be cured. There was a notice that went out about the award date. The public had a chance to ask, okay, we don't see it, we see a date, but we don't see a time. Nobody caught it. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it. I'll be honest with you. I was busy trying to get to see my children and my grandchildren. And I did not catch that mistake. And I apologize. I apologize to the city clerk, first of all, because I think she took the hit for failing to put that date on the notice, the RFI. I drafted the RFI with the help of a couple of other department heads. The council has a chance to either acknowledge that the mistake was a clerical error and not an intentional act to violate the bid law, or to say, no, we don't want to take that chance. That's all I want you to know. And by the way, I will continue between now and Tuesday to run down case law, interpretations of the statute, and further information that I think will help you adequately make the decision on Tuesday. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, and that is why I wanted to wait till we heard from our attorney, to make sure we were making the best decision as possible. Any questions about anything that the attorney stated? Any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Jane Thomas.
The contract for Mr. Roosevelt.
Yes.
I heard you read it.
Some of it.
Yes. He's been in here ever since, what the date you said?
I think that was June the 15th.
He came in here on June the 15th. I understand what the mayor said, that at the time that the young lady was out sick. And I just want to say this, in the meantime, Mayor, could I say this? In the meantime, according to, we bring someone from the outside in to work, and I don't think it should have been that long. If he first came in and you needed, I think if you had just sent it to us, because he's been in here, come Friday, be a month, won't it be a month? He'd have been in city government working a month. He hasn't got paid now from the time he's been in here to now. And that is not, that's not right. But I would like for this council, that he has worked been in here that long. Come Friday, it'll be a month, and he hadn't got paid a dime. And this body of the council knows that anyone comes in and works on a contract or emergency, just like you brought that emergency resolution to us, I think you should have brought that emergency in here for Mr. Roosevelt Golden. If we needed him in tax office, we brought it before. We passed it. And we held him up. We held him up for being paid. He has done the work. So we need to, at this body of this council, we need to make sure that this man gets paid when we vote Tuesday. Because he's been in here a whole month. And you know when you do stuff like that, that's against, we break it, he been working. And I just want to say I will believe in being fair. And then the next time we got somebody we need to put in here, we need to, if it's an emergency, we need to approve it. We need to do, you are attorney.
Amen to everything you said, and I want to point out that it was presented June the 17th, 2 days after he showed up in the work session.
Okay. All right, anything else in terms of report? Very good. Let's move to our business items, council. We have 25. Let's get it started. Treasury and tax collector job update, Councilman Troy Harvey.
It's my understanding we are now step 5, which reads the committee and HR director prepares the packages for the interviews. However, I would like to say it's my understanding we only received one resume for treasurer.
To my understanding, I have in my possession just one for treasurer. Are there any others out? We only have that one, yes, sir.
All right, I will attempt to,
Mr. President, come on, Mr. President, I need to be.
And we are not to release the names, just letting you know. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I need to be excused just a minute.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, he had to leave. He's coming back. You can keep going.
okay, you know, one resume, I mean, there's no way we can appoint any position after receiving one resume. That is unacceptable. So we need to step back and try to figure out what we're doing wrong. As I mentioned earlier, I'm out of pocket next week, just like President Young is. I will commit to you to try to have a finance committee meeting Tuesday night, not next week, but the following week. What is that? 22nd, 23rd, 19th or so?
That sounds correct.
Where we can go ahead while he's looking. You want to ask something, Ms. Jane?
Yeah, and, it's nothing that we, it's nothing that the body of the council did on. When we asked it to be placed for 30 days.
Right.
It's supposed to be put out there for 30 days.
Right.
But when I looked at, it was something on, you know how the city put on their page?
Right.
It had a cutoff date.
Right.
It was June the 18th, was cut off.
It was
And
about
I
about
said,
2 weeks.
I thought we said we agreed for 30 days. But my recommendation is this, I would like to say this.
Sure.
We know that for a treasurer position, and we put a opening out there, I think that, we can't move that far, but I think we need to reopen it back up to see.
I'm saying.
He's in agreement.
Okay.
You know, and I've talked to several professionals that would be, and I'll bring this up in the finance committee meeting, that would be more than willing to help us maybe increase the resume,
Right.
increase the submission. So we can talk about that in the finance committee. Another thing that we need to talk about is our overall financial department. We are the only city that I'm saying the only, I did not see any other city that was close to our side that did not take advantage of the county tax assessor when it came to real estate taxes. The standard seems to be a 1% fee of taxes collected. We collect 1.5 million, we're talking about $15,000. And I say that to say, I think it's very possible that we may not be paying, we may need to pay more for a treasurer. If we can kind of do some revamping and maybe just kind of rework the financial department where we can maybe offer a little bit more money to a treasurer, I think it's worth discussing. So we'll discuss that in the finance committee meeting. I'll entertain any questions. That was kind of what I needed.
Councilman Johnson and then Councilwoman Thomas.
Councilman Hodges, I know you're working pretty hard on this here, and I think the committee been doing what they have to do to try to do this here. It's been going on, I don't say 8 months now, and we still don't have a treasurer. And will we not allow the mayor to be part of the process that really ain't doing us no justice? I was on the committee, we hired this, we need a wage. And I think when we did that, in, I think less than 2 months, if it was 2 months, we had hired someone and she was a good treasurer. But it's taking so long. And my thing is, what the problem do? I mean, what we get with this? I mean, right now, have anybody reach out to the mayor and ask the mayor for some assistance, or do he have anybody in mind? Or have we reached out to him and gave him opportunity to bring some to us? You know, because I'm pretty sure, Mayor, if you would have been part of the process, with your knowledge and your skills from up the road in Birmingham, I'm pretty sure somebody you know, because we need to move forward with this here. And I do want to make a recommendation to to you, Attorney, when that time allows, if I can, Mr. President. I want to get a resolution done. But right now, this 8 months, we're going on over a year almost, it ain't, we got treasure.
All right, Councilwoman Jane Thomas. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Christie Thomas. You don't have to, okay, Councilwoman Jane Thomas.
I don't be through with it.
Okay.
Councilman Michael Johnson. That position is a appointed position by the body of the council. We did have meetings, we met, and we put stuff in place. Now, something went wrong somewhere.
I know, you ain't got to sue.
Okay,
I know that.
so you have to look at too. A treasurer position is a position that requires the degrees and everything. And we in 7, when you got that salary, what he just said, people look at that. And then people look at what all they're gonna have to do. And I like to say to you, we don't have to reach out to the mayor to ask him to have an input on who select for the treasurer, because this appointment is the county. For you to be in the seat where we at now, we're supposed to be able to maintain, to carry out our procedures, what require us. Once we talk with we had already talked with the HR person. Once it goes there where the council voter said 30 days, 30 days, it should be spread out from the unemployment office to whatever site or website where you can look at a job in. Now, with the person that's supposed to put that out there, we don't work in day-to-day operation. When the council turn it loose and request for it to go up, that's in the day-to-day operation. And when the day-to-day operation put up all job sites, the treasurer is, if people look at the treasurer job, it requires a lot. So something went wrong, and I'm gonna say this here. I know people looking for better jobs, and I think something happened, but I'm gonna agree with Mr. Harvey and say that we got to have more than one application.
All right, Councilwoman James and then Councilman Carmichael.
I agree with Councilman Johnson. It is taking a long time, and I also agree with Councilwoman Jane Thomas. It's a very important position. I do think the mayor should have something to say about it, but at the end of the day, we are making an appointment. But I think we should give him the common courtesy to even talk to us about the treasurer, even if he have someone in mind. It's not saying that we're gonna vote for that person, because we hire that person. But in order for the city to thrive, once we hire the treasurer is working with the mayor. I don't want to work with nobody that I don't have an input on. But saying that, only thing I'm saying today is that this is emergency here. Because if you go down to that finance office and look what this is emergency. The whole city is on emergency. Tax assessor office, treasurer's office, we are under a state of emergency. We need to move forward. I know that some of us have jobs, but we're gonna have to do some sacrifice.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Carmichael.
I just want to make a comment. I think maybe y'all two were out in that meeting that we had the conversation with the mayor, and we included him and said that.
No, I was here.
Okay, well, he's gonna have the conversation with the three that there's a hiring committee, an interview committee, and he gets to appoint somebody on that interview committee, and then when they choose the three before they come before the council, he's gonna have a talk with them so he can recommend somebody.
Councilman Johnson said.
Okay, well, maybe Councilman Johnson wasn't here. I don't know, but we agreed to that. We had a conversation with the public.
Thank you for that reminder, Councilwoman Jane Thomas, and then we go, you two, Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Okay,
Go let Christie go.
Okay, go ahead.
Cause I do my
Let me say this. I mean, because we've been here, it's 8:49, and we're just now on these business items. there has been so much said tonight about working together, about respecting each other, and so many other things. We have to keep in mind as government that when we start talking and putting stuff out into the atmosphere, it makes it look like we're not getting along with the mayor, and that's just not true. That's not true. So for people to just sit up here and say we need to include the mayor, we have included the mayor since day one. So we need to stop saying that. It's not right. And I'm at a point now where it's upsetting. Because I was hoping that we as the body and the mayor can get along for the betterment of this city. We need to stop pointing fingers, saying the council did this, the mayor did this, the department heads did that, the people out in the field did this. We got to stop. It's time now.
And there's only a select few. I do want to point out, there's only a select few.
We are all trying to work together. So stop trying to make it seem like we're not trying to work with the mayor, because that is just not true.
If I recall,
it's not.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, Ms. Christie, because I agree with you 100%. If I do remember correctly, I did not take minutes. Sorry, I should have. The last 3 finance committee meetings we have had, y'all want to know how many people average be in there? 3. And then you want to get up here? I don't know how boisterous I've been in saying that the mayor needs to have input on who he's going to supervise. I don't know how many times I've said that. And we're sitting here rehashing the same thing over and over and over again. We approved for the position to be posted. It took about 30 days for the position to be posted in the first place.
Okay, but let's
Go ahead.
I was thinking of 8 months, going 9 months. And I heard you just said 30 days and stuff get posted. All I'm saying is to allow the mayor a little bit more leeway, myself personally. He made, mayor, I'm not sure you know anybody that mind or not, but I'm just saying, and it's not saying we divide.
If you know somebody in mind, they can apply for the position.
Hold on. And that is a council appointed position. I know that. I know this, so you ain't got them. My point again, what I'm saying is let us, we work together. All I'm saying is just hope and pray that we can just, because it's just taking too long. It's taking us too long. 8 months, 9 months.
But how long have you been on the council, Mike?
Last time we appointed somebody, I was on the committee, it took us 2 to 3 months to get somebody and hire somebody. They out there. They out there.
And they're not here right now. So
okay, we ain't doing right. Okay.
Hold on. Everybody, take a breath. Everybody calm down. Everybody. Everyone is frustrated. That goes with the term. This shall get done. Now, our chairman rightfully stated, and I agree with him, that we need to open it back up because we only have one applicant. That is the correct and proper thing, in my opinion, to do. All right? And we will do that. We will work with HR, and we will get that done. Now, let's be very clear. The mayor is a part of this process because we voted on him to be a part of the process. I know we get stuck on technicalities, and some people may not feel he's involved enough, but the fact is, he is involved. And we voted on that, and it is proper for us not to rehash that. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. So we got the report from the committee chair. We're going to open it back up from 1, and we'll try to do 30 days, and we'll try to advertise the position in more places. Ms. Rutledge is a very nice person to work with. I enjoy working with her. We will have that conversation with Mrs. Rutledge and make sure that we are posting it as many places as we possibly can. We can call on Mr. Hunt down to Carissa. He will help us. People will help us. We got people. People will help us. So, yeah, Vic, but we're gonna be all right. Go ahead, Council, Mrs. Rutledge.
President Young, it was advertised with the career link. It did not have to be posted for 30 days. We wanted 30 days. And that was through the league. I spoke to the league. The least amount of days you can post a job is 7. And you can go 5 if it's an emergency. It was it was on Facebook. We didn't put a deadline date on Facebook. And we asked that all applications be mailed. You have a number of tax collector applications, but you do not have but one treasurer. That's right. So you know that the information was out. We posted it all at the same time.
And we'll just work on getting it done again.
Yes.
And we'll continue. Any other comments?
Yes, can we go out, look further, maybe?
We can do that. We can go as far as
and
we need to put some good numbers.
It was also posted on LinkedIn and it was posted on another job site. So we have, which doesn't mean that we can't post it. So when you go LinkedIn, and I can't think of the other one, we posted on both of those websites on their free website. Now you can go in and that would be another subject we can have where you pay and they'll pull the applications and send them to us.
Mrs. Rutledge, was it for 30 consecutive days? Because the reason I asked that, there seemed to be some confusion because some people told me that after 2 weeks, they couldn't apply anymore. So I think there was was it 30 consecutive?
Well, we went back and did, on some of them we did not put dates, but once it was on LinkedIn, I didn't go back and do an amendment to it. So after those days, but we still accepted applications until yesterday. Yeah. And we did have calls coming in to the office about the job posting. It was still open. Now, but I will discuss it.
We'll discuss it.
Repost it.
And we'll improve the process.
Yes.
That seems like room for improvement, and we'll work on that. And somebody will apply. There'll be more than one. We'll apply. All right. Somebody over here.
I was just saying. I think there was an email that came from BMSS today that had a link on there to where they recommended posting the jobs, and somebody that could help with that. And I think that may be something that we need to look into.
Exactly.
I looked at the link and everything, it's very professional, it gets it all out there pretty well, and I just...
All right. We're going to do it, team. We're going to do it. All right. Anything else, Councilman Harvey? Okay, very good. I'm building updates on your next item. Okay.
Are we still waiting on equipment to redo Landfair? Anybody know? Anybody? Landfair Road, we all agree is a disaster. I think we were waiting on some equipment.
It's still coming.
Still waiting. We're still waiting on it? Okay.
You're waiting on equipment. Okay.
And I think we addressed, just to ask for a follow-up on the Pine Heart. Do I need to check the tax records myself to get some clarity on who owns that drainage ditch? Because it's my understanding if the drainage ditch, I think it's the railroad. From just looking at the map, I think it's the railroad. If it's the city, my understanding is I'm okay to use discretionary funds.
You don't need to check, Councilman. I will do that. You're talking about the drainage ditch. I've heard
the
two drainage
railroad
ditches.
and Pine Heart Drive.
Okay, I've heard two drainage ditches. One was in Lansdowne.
Landfair.
No, another one was in Lansdowne.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to make sure I know which one we're talking about.
Yeah, this one is
Landfair Drive. Landfair Drive.
Starting at Whitman, probably starting right there at Whitman Alley. I mean, if it's the city and I can use discretionary funds, I'll use it and have it unblocked so the water will get out.
The issue was railroad versus city.
Yeah, we can't figure out. The railroad says the city
I'll get you an answer.
So,
okay. All right.
I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Marvell. We'll go ahead and go to Councilman Johnson to discuss garbage throughout the city and update on the garbage.
Sam,
I think he's coming back, but you can.
Okay, yeah, 5, 6 gonna be together, and I'm trying to figure out where we at with the garbage. We got garbage all over throughout the city. I know we're in the process of trying to get a contract done, and I'm trying to see where Councilman Carmichael is at with that, and the mayor, because right now we spending really $25,000 to $30,000 when when the public workers go and get this garbage out of our city and take it out there on quarter one. But typically, we spent, I think last time we spent close to $30,000 on tipping fee. And that's a lot of money that we're doing. We need to come up with this solution. I think the mayor had a plan. I'm not sure where the plan is. Councilman Carmichael, can you tell them where we at with that? Because right now I got garbage just need to be picked up in my ward. And right now, we got to pay all this money for tipping fee, man. We need to figure out something. We need to move forward with something. You know?
Why are you telling me?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. You the committee, right?
Right there.
You the committee? Ain't you the committee for garbage?
Yeah, and I'm waiting on documents. Yeah.
I mean, how much document we need?
It's 8 documents. Have you read any of the stuff?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what else you need to wrap it up?
The last documents that we
We ain't got enough people like with the documents, so maybe we right there. We need more documents. So right now, what we saying is we standing waiting on document and garbage standing down up every day. Matter of fact, somebody called me, she was on your board.
Public Works.
What I'm saying is, one at a time, what I'm saying is, right now, the money we spending for tipping fees, $25,000 to $30,000. And the mayor got a plan proposed for us. And what, I mean, can we go down, what we at this? I mean, you holding us up on documents this way, I'm going, no, listen what I'm asking, man, I ain't trying to do anything. I'm saying, what we at? You had a meeting, right?
I've had 5 meetings.
Okay, but you asked for documents, and them documents holding us up to move forward because you waiting on documents, you're saying?
Yes, and I've made that clear at every meeting that I've been at. I've made it very clear that we're waiting on documents so we can get this stuff.
So God should be steady bound up till we get it.
Well, hold on, everybody, hold on. All right, Attorney Madison, you're a part of this as well.
I raised my hand to be recognized.
Go ahead, Attorney.
Please.
Because I believe that's the best individual to answer. Go ahead.
The committee, Councilman Carmichael chairs, has been, well, Councilman Carmichael, and I think the entire council, have been sent a draft agreement and a draft ordinance for the garbage initiative process. What documents I believe he's referring to that he's waiting on are the process improvement plan, the process improvement plan itself, which is complete, finished, was being edited for mistakes, grammar, and organization and formatting, and you should have that with, maybe before Tuesday? Before Tuesday.
Okay. So, we need this document in order to vote on something. We do, it's a needed document. I understand the frustration because garbage in my neighborhood is piling up. And so, I see it every day, right across the street from me. But we got to do this properly and legally. So we do.
Be ready Tuesday.
So we need the document, and hopefully it'll be ready with us on
So it's
Tuesday.
already booked Tuesday, hopefully, yeah.
All right.
As long as it's legal.
Hold on. We can sing, but we got to sing together. So hold on. All right. Any other questions about this before we can move on?
And can I say this?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Thomas.
Attorney Madison, please make sure that that document that you bring, that you know, y'all had some in that document before about, that you gave us, that something about being collected through tax collector office or something. Just when you bring the document, please make sure that when we vote on this stuff that it's good for us.
Okay. All right, that's the question been made. All right, let's move on. And I think you took care of, you talked about that tipping fee, Councilman Johnson, $25,000 to $35,000.
That's already included.
We needed to know that. Thank you for bringing that information to our attention. Budget hearing process, Councilwoman Jane Thomas, you have the next several items.
Oh, yes.
You have the floor.
Ma'am, I would like to the body of the council, you know there are procedures that we do in the process of the timing of our budget. And I wanted all councils to look at it's July. And these are some of the things that we're supposed to do right now. We're supposed to be getting the Department of the Finance to approve a draft of revenue project based on the current fiscal 3-year quarter. Project during the first week, mayor and council review and ask questions, and necessary change or correct are made by the 3rd week. So mayor, we have a process that we have been doing, for the budget. And, July is the beginning of what we're supposed to be started at. And today is July the 8th. And, President Young?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like for this, budget timeline process for us to be for us to start on this. Because it's a timeline. Before you know it, it's August. Then before you know it, it's September. And then you know the 1st of October 1st, we're supposed to be able to pass the budget.
I think our chair, Councilman Harmon, is now aware. And you wait, let's speak to you.
Part of the document request that I made that I think everybody was copied on was to gather this information. We'll cover some of this when hopefully we can meet that Tuesday, which I think is the 19th.
And I want it to be for all of us, because in the past, we have never had the whole body council to make a decision on the budget. I would like for people to take this serious, because budget is right. And when the mayor brings this budget to us, I want all of us to be able to perform this, to pass a good budget and look at when he brings anything that we need to change, because it's moving fast, the time moving fast.
Yeah.
And I would like for us to immediately, take this in consideration.
Thank you, and I appreciate this outline.
Yes, that's the outline, and I wanted to tell the mayor that we had, he probably already knows it. You know that outline we used, ain't Mayor? Okay. He's aware.
Thank you, Councilwoman Thomas. That outline is real helpful. Thank you.
Okay. And the next thing I want to talk about is Mayor, where he at? Oh, he gone. Well, everybody, the council, everybody aware of the balloon, bond payment? Everybody aware of that on this council? Do y'all understand about our
balloon payment?
The new people, I'm talking about the new people. Do y'all understand? Mr. President, could you give me that list I gave you?
The list you gave me, I've got to find it, but I remember it.
Right as you talking, I think people need to know, this is a bond payment of where we pay this every month. And it's coming up to 2022. That, it went up $16. If we pay $58,000 and I don't have it, he has it. We pay this every month. And coming up, we're starting with the budget in 2020, which I wanted to ask the mayor, because our treasurer, we don't have a treasurer to answer some of the questions, to ask where we at with this payment is gonna be due. It's coming up, I think, the end of this month, or what? We're going in. Also, my next thing, and it's very important that all of you get this, we're gonna make sure that everybody gets it, so you know in the budget. Also, my next item on here I would like to talk to about is alignment fund for the police car. If everybody that was at the meeting, any council member was in the meeting doing our public safety, where they said they are looking for to get the cars. Do you remember, Councilman Lisa James? Councilman Johnson, do you remember when we said in the budget the last time that we were going to, when we get ready to go into 2022, that we were going to put $200 and some thousand aside? So, like the assistant chief said, it is time for to get the cars. So when we go into 2022, that 200 and something is supposed to be aside for to pay for those cars, because we agreed not to lease the cars. So the new council wasn't aware, but I'm putting it on everybody, so everybody knows the plate, that we agreed. And Chief Muhammad said he's expecting to get more cars. And we put that in there, so when we get to the budget, everybody will be able, the 200 some will be there for them to get the cars in 2022. My last one is, I want everyone to know about our personnel handbook. Council, we had stopped. We had I know what you were saying, you was trying to do. We spent good money on that personnel handbook. And I sat through and read some of the things in that personnel handbook. Some of that stuff is good stuff that we need to be using. We spent that money and we voted it before the new councils came in. And then in some kind of way, this is old business, but it's dealing with the handbook. Because the handbook, we paid the money for the handbook, it was printed out. So we didn't pay for, here it is, 8 months that we paid for a handbook to use, that we are not enforcing the new handbook. So I hope that we do this before we go into 2022. Because they're operating off the old handbook. And we have some good stuff in there, so some people need to look in that new handbook and look at it.
What we will do, Councilwoman Thomas, is we will refer this brand new handbook to the administrative committee.
Actually, we've reached out to Auburn already, and they're looking at that particular handbook to make some recommendations.
Excellent.
I wish they would, I wish they'd go ahead on and make it, because we spend money. And we have a handbook we have not been using. And I understand that you want Auburn to do it, and Auburn needs to look at the handbook. So
Well, there were some questions in that particular book, and we just want to make sure, like you always say, Councilwoman Thomas, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing. According to the law. So, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, that's why we reached out to Auburn, GEI. So they're also working on that, Councilwoman Thomas.
Thank you. And that completes me, because I just want people to, the last thing, the elevator, y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
The elevator. I have brought this up too many times. We cannot keep operating City Hall without this elevator. And the reason why I'm bringing this up.
We got to vote on it.
Yes.
Councilwoman raised a good question. What's the holdup? What are we waiting on?
Well, this is the holdup. The director got the two proposals, three. Now, she need to bring us one. She needs to come on before. I wanted to try to have a meeting. I asked Ms. Nikki to set up a meeting so we can talk about it, because this is something serious. And I tell you, council, the reason why I'm telling y'all this for the good of the citizen in the city of Selma. The elevator got to be up and running.
It does.
It's time. It stopped in January 29th. I was the last body in it.
Hey, Councilwoman Thomas, could you create an email?
Yes.
And send it to the director. Also include Mayor Perkins as well. And if you could CC me on that, and also the council secretary.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
And that way we can, because it might just be some miscommunication or something, and we just not all on the same page. So maybe this email will help get us on the same page.
Well,
it'll bring everybody that needs to be together.
Yeah.
And so create the email and ask her what is the update, what's the status of it. And CC me on it. And then if it's something that if it's something we just wait on her to report it to us, we can go ahead and vote and do whatever. But we can expedite that.
Well, he told us the elevator cannot work anymore. We have to get a new.
And I think we also need to have the funding. I remember we discussed this when we talked about what line item this was going to come out of and all that. So if you could put that on the email, tell her to present us the proposals and also what line items it would come out of.
Well, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have a treasurer for the asset. I want to ask the treasurer. Where can we find that to get that out of that line item?
You might want to include the treasurer on that as well too.
Well, right now, who do we have in there?
I think the accounts manager is, because she's
doing some things.
She'll be able to tell you.
The account manager is signing off on stuff?
Well, she may be able to tell you this. I'm not going to say all that, but she may be able to help you with this.
But don't you think we need to find out where we at? We got treasurer who's in the office?
We need to do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All righty. Let's move to. Yes, I was about to come back to you, Councilman Randolph.
Anyway, I put the all these on here.
we had talked about, cameras and stuff like that. But since we got that, money from, what was the money, what they call it?
Man, which one?
Yeah, I don't think we need to give that money up on some cameras. I'm all for cameras, but I got stuff in my ward that need done. Because a gentleman came here today, Mr. Hall, I told him to come here because
He came.
we've been trying to dig the ditch out in front of his house for ever. And the city don't have the equipment to do it. So, with all these, I could go and say, put a bid out for a contractor to come here and do the work for me and pay for it with my own. Yeah.
His situation was really sad.
Because he got two issues going bad for him. One issue is all his own water, all the water come out, it come in his backyard.
Right.
Then the ditch in front of his house is filled up, need dug it out.
And he has to actually put things in front of his door to keep the water from coming all over the house.
Yeah.
It's a bad situation.
I had went to his house, he had flooded one time, and the water came half up to my knee.
My God.
He said that.
So he had to throw out all his carpet and all that. And the sad thing about it, he tried to do a claim on our insurance, they denied him. Because if the ditch would have been dug out, the water wouldn't have somewhere to go.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
So, well, I asked Council Secretary Ellison to get with you and to make sure that the appropriate work order got in.
It's already
been submitted?
She did that.
Okay, so it's already been submitted?
Yeah.
Okay.
She did that months and months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing I asked Councilwoman Thomas, create an email, send that again, CC us on it as well.
Okay.
All right.
Are you recommending, Councilman Randolph, that we split up those oil lease funds that came in? Is that?
Yes, that's what I'm recommending.
Yeah.
To get that area fixed?
Well, no, we got the annual funds in.
Yeah.
And we had talked about doing the cameras, but we can do the cameras with the
Rescue plan.
That's right.
So he's saying we might as well split it up.
Don't send it home, man, when all our ward needs something done.
Well, we haven't taken a vote yet to combine or anything, have we?
It comes in combined.
It's already combined. So we
just gotta split it up.
so we can take a vote to split. Okay. All right, well, somebody can make that proper motion on
Tomorrow.
Tuesday. I feel like it's tomorrow. All right, we'll move on. Thank you, Councilman Randolph. Let's move on now to Councilman Jennison. Power pole light.
Councilman Jefferson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman James. That's drainage ditch issue.
I'm gonna be very quick. My issue's the same as everybody else pretty much up here. I got, one of my neighbors, she got two snakes out her yard yesterday. The ditch is terrible. I took pictures of it and we all got the same issue. So I'm gonna be very quick and just pray that we can resolve something. I'm like Sam now. We can free up our money. I can hire somebody and get those, because that is very dangerous. It is hot, snakes are coming, they are coming.
And they're definitely in those ditches.
Yes, they are, and I don't think our citizens need to be living in that condition.
I agree. Whatever we can to do, we gotta do it. All right, thank you. Now, Councilman Jefferson, I was trying to jump in here.
I appreciate it. I probably had to get with the mayor about this, but it's a lady concerned. She stayed in Clinton Alley and Ralph Marie Foster. And the storm came through during October time. The storm, and it knocked down the power pole. The power pole had a light on it that people could see. She's the only one who stays in that alleyway. And that's the way she, gets home back and forth, security wise, she can see things. But at the same time, the pole fell and knocked down the transition and with the light. And the pole is still laying down. And they put up an emergency pole up there, but then put the light back up.
She probably just need to put in a work order to Alabama
Yeah,
Power.
so she's been calling
Alabama
them.
Power.
Yeah, she's been calling them to pick up the pole, wires laying around everywhere, and she ain't getting no response to it, so.
Miss Ellison.
Yeah.
If somebody can remind Miss Ellison to reach out to Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll tell
and he can refer you to the correct people at our department.
I get with the others.
Okay.
That's dangerous.
Yes.
He'll just, he's not over the office in Selma anymore, but he'll know who we can talk to. Constituent services. Okay, thank you for that. All right, Councilman Carmichael, I think you have the next 4 or 5 items.
Yes. Well, I gotta be brief because I don't have any department heads here to have a conversation with. So I wanna make a point, since I have time, if the department heads will stick around for our business items, maybe we can have more conversation.
You see how long
Yeah, well, I mean.
Go ahead, Councilman Carmichael. Go ahead.
All right, burn structures, Attorney Madison, do you have any idea about where that process is? I mean, we've had burn structures around town for years, and I don't know. I was thinking that maybe we'd see some of this stuff to be voted on to be demolished. But since we have the code enforcement back, you know.
Code enforcement set a list of several dilapidated structures set for approval for having an ordinance, a resolution introduced to approve their being torn down. You've already seen the list, and I think all that was needed was a response time statutorily granted to the prospective owners to respond. I think it's 45 days. That passed, I believe, last week, and the list for those structures was put on my desk, I want to say Tuesday. I didn't bring them with me tonight, but I can give it to you Tuesday.
How many structures are on that list?
I don't recall for sure, but there was somewhere between 5 and 10 at least.
5 and 10?
Somewhere between 5 and 10. I'll give you a copy, all of you, a copy before Tuesday of that list. I think you already have it, but I'll resend it.
How can I go about, I mean, I have a list of burned structures that I've made. So can I turn that in and that be the list that needs to get torn down and we vote on it as a council?
It depends on whether or not the statutory requirements have been met. The key is notice, certified mail notice to the owners, and the response time that's required by law.
Right.
It's 45 days, so they give them basically 7 weeks, 7.5 weeks to respond. We have to wait that statutorily mandated period before we can do anything. Your list is probably the same list code enforcement has. I can't answer that until they see it and tell me.
Right. Okay, I'm just wondering why there's only 5
I'm
and 10.
gonna get with code enforcement about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give this to them and then just let them go out and do what they're supposed to be doing.
Right.
I say.
Excellent recommendation, Councilman.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, census data, I just want to be clear on this, and I was going to ask the mayor if we had received it. I don't know if you know if we've received it. I think maybe it's supposed to come in towards the end of the month or the beginning of August. But just to briefly explain this, when we get the census data in, the mayor has to make a report to us, and then we have 6 months to figure out how we want to redistrict. So talk about meetings coming up, we're probably going to have several meetings of that from August through the end of the year. If we don't, we can just adopt the mayor's report, and if we don't come up with something within 6 months, then we have to adopt the mayor's report. So
This is on what?
this is for the census data. Yeah, if there's anything, I think greater differences of 10%, 10% more or less of the total population divided by number of council districts, then the council shall redistrict the boundaries in the following manner.
Councilman Carmichael, what's our trigger date? What was that trigger date again?
6
6
months. 6 months.
Okay.
And I think I read that maybe it was coming in August.
6 months from the date we received.
6 months from the date we receive a report from the mayor.
The 6 months from the date we received the report from the mayor. Okay.
This is so easy.
We need to make sure this is remembered. So 6 months from the date, otherwise we'll have to adopt what's given to us.
Right.
Right. So we need to make sure we remember that. Okay.
Oh, we'll remember.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Can we piggyback?
Yes, we will. We will remember.
Can we piggyback covering that on this special committee that we're gonna hit for the relief funds?
We can bring it up. I guess it hinges on whether or not we got the report from the mayor yet, but we can put that on that agenda as well. I think there's nothing wrong with putting it on that agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it bases off when we go get that report from the mayor. All right, go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
Let's see, also, another thing in August that has to be voted on by the end of August, this must be voted on, the roads and bridges infrastructure plan. In order to get the 10-cent gas tax from the state, we must vote on roads and bridges infrastructure plan by the end of August. And so we should be getting that plan in soon. And again, that's one of those things I was going to ask if anybody's working on that.
Councilman Thomas had something.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead, Councilman.
No, you're going, I'm trying to.
I thought I saw your hand.
No, I was trying to get.
Oh, okay. My
attention.
bad. Go ahead, Councilman. I'm sorry, Councilman. I thought she was doing
I had an inquiry about Dallas Academy. I don't guess I'm gonna get that. It looks a mess over there. I don't know who's.
Where?
Dallas Academy on the corner. I mean, I don't know what the deal is with that. It's just gone to,
The building?
you know what?
You want the building?
The building, everything.
Well,
Grass
that's
around it,
why,
everything.
I'm trying to have a meeting, that's under me.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to set up a meeting, because they called me. And, I've been trying to get a meeting set up, you know, you have to go through our secretary. I asked her to get me a meeting set up for a public building from the, you know, you have to go through Don, and then you got to go through all this. So, as soon as they give me a date, because the people want to come.
Yeah.
People from Smithman Building and Dallas Academy want to come to the meeting.
The ceramics program?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not using it for storage.
That's where the ceramics
That
program
belongs to-
was housed for years, and just curious what's happening.
Yeah, they want to attend the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and my, no, it's not my last, sorry. No, I'm just kidding. Delinquent taxes. I saw the delinquent taxes that came out in the Selma Sun over the weekend, and I just went down the rabbit hole with it and started studying properties and you know, calling a couple of my friends that were on there, making sure they were aware of it. And everybody that I saw on there that I made aware of it said that they had sold their property. So we're about to auction off a property, and we're claiming that these people owe taxes, and they sold their property last year. And I think that's dangerous territory to be.
It's also dangerous if they don't file the notice of the sale in the form of a deed. Not the seller, the purchaser. That's one of the problems we're having.
Okay.
This
county's records are showing
Alabama is a notice state, and you have to file deeds to give notice and transfer ownership. So that may be one problem. I haven't dug into this in any detail, and I would have to see exactly which specific cases you're talking about to be able to give you a more definite answer.
Who's responsible for posting the legal ads in the paper?
The legal ads and paper tax.
Yeah, tax delinquent notices. Tax and license.
And I think the clerk's office actually sends out the notice, but I don't think she generates the information.
So it might be generated in tax and license.
It is.
And then they give it to the
My
clerk.
understanding is that it is.
I'm thinking that's
And it's well out of the clerk's office.
Okay, back to, sorry to kick the dead horse, but back to Councilman Harville's point. I think if we were allowing the county to collect our property taxes and do all of our property deeds and all that stuff, because they're in charge of properties, as I understand it, Selma is the only city in the state that collects their own property taxes. Because Smithman or whatever didn't get the check until back in the day and decided to start doing it themselves. And this is something that I think we should look at very closely and try to get, so we don't run into any issues, because it just seems like that would be some liability issues when it comes to posting people's names that are up to date on their taxes, and maybe even going on the property. The last one is a community service resolution. Everybody should have had that on their desk in front of them. That Ms. Ellison turned off for all of us. It is a resolution to allow Snow's cleaning service on city property for volunteer service. And I got some pro bono help from Attorney Jay Benner on reviewing this. And it's basic. Do I need to read this?
No. Don't read that, give it to us, let us read it.
Everybody can read it?
Give it to us and let us read it. We have enough reading tonight.
Oh, we have one, she gave everybody
one. And then email us on email too as well, right?
Yeah.
You gotta get a resolution number for it and all that?
Yeah, we'll need a resolution number.
Yeah, we got the mayor,
Attorney
Madison.
Well, we'll get that resolution number assigned to it. And once that resolution number is assigned, could it then be emailed to us so we can have it digitally too? So, Attorney Madison, once you email that out, we'll all have it. So, once you give me that resolution number. Does the attorney have it?
You have this resolution?
You need to email it.
Yeah, I hear the mayor's name, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Attorney Madison. This is the community service resolution for Mr. Lamar Snow.
Is anything on there about liability, lease or something?
All that.
It does, yeah. The only thing in state law that mentions volunteers is written in there, just so, because we don't have anything in our local codes that mention volunteer service.
Did you say who drafted it?
Sir?
Did you say who drafted it again?
I drafted it and Attorney Jay Minner reviewed it for me.
Let me ask you this. It's more people volunteering cutting grass.
Not like.
I don't think there's anything in place, and this states that stops anybody from volunteering.
Can you just say any citizen? Don't just say Snow, any citizen.
We can probably adjust that to say Lamar Snow and any citizen. Yeah. Can we?
You want Snow name on
It is. It's about him. Yeah. Read it and you'll see.
We don't need to put nobody.
I see where Councilman Randolph is up.
Yeah,
For-
just in case somebody else wants.
I agree.
How about for this? To get this done, because we want to get it done Tuesday. Let's go ahead as it's written and get it done with Mr. Snow for Tuesday. And what we will do, Councilman Randolph, is we'll go ahead and draft it another document, because Mr. Snow has been coming before us. You know, other people have been doing community service, but we know he's been doing it. He's been coming before this council, reporting every other meeting. And so it might, for those other individuals that want to do like Mr. Snow, it might be good for them to come before us as well too. So we'll just generate one for others. I think that's an excellent idea. But let's just do this one for Mr. Snow. Go ahead.
You asked me to review it, and before I review it, I'm hesitating to make any comments before I review it. But there is one that you do need to consider, and I think it dovetails with what Councilman Randolph was actually saying. This is a policy-making body.
Right.
Finance,
properties
policy. So any policy you set for Mr. Snow,
it's got to be applied to the
need to consider making for all volunteers, because it's going to affect all volunteerism.
Okay, so.
I got you, Attorney. Okay.
We don't have a policy in place. So, and that's why I didn't say that, because the mayor kept talking about in the public meeting and everything that this policy. So I figured maybe he was gonna have something that he was gonna bring to us about a policy about checking in with.
You may have asked.
So
and so that's why I left that out. But we can do however y'all want.
So. Yeah, Ms. Ellison.
We can get this this resolution for Barker Snow, as long as we don't put a resolution number on it. And then the next one that Attorney Madison want to give for all is when you apply resolution number 2. Would that work?
It has to be in a form.
It gotta be with a resolution.
It has to have a
Also,
resolution.
the council to vote on.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, because we've done several resolutions that didn't have numbers on them like we do for funerals.
Yeah.
Like we do for recognition in honor of.
That's a good
We didn't have resolution numbers on those. That's all I was asking. If that was
I
resolved.
hear what you're saying, but I think this is a little different though.
Okay.
than
He deal with
I
government
think
property.
we need to have, give him the authority to work on public property, because he's been doing it for a long time, and does it regularly, at no cost.
And that can be done in the form of a resolution.
And the lead said, this also what the lead said, the body of the council, we control the property. So if I told him it was a conflict of interest about what happened with Lamarcus, and I asked them which the best way to go. They said we can do a resolution, because we own the property. When he said about the cemetery, city property, the body of the government can make a resolution or put it in a policy.
Right.
They have a choice. Those are our authority.
Right, well, this Attorney Madison, I think this is the best, because we do rely on sound legal advice as well. I think, look into the situation that we have now with it currently for Mr. Snow, and continue to look to see if that's the correct and proper way to do this, from your standpoint. If there is some unreadiness, or if you find some case law, or the league or somebody else tells you that's improper, I know you will inform us. But right now, we will go ahead and act, hopefully on Tuesday, on a resolution for Mr. Snow. If you find out something otherwise, that is improper, just let us know, and we will go back and get it fixed until it's done right.
And
Right?
He said something about Lamarcus Snow. He forgot, but he's having a stop the violence, and he wants all the councils to be involved in it. It's Saturday from 1 to 4.
On the 17th.
Six here.
Next Saturday from 1 to 4, and it's gonna be on his property, which is part of Councilman Randolph and part of my ward. So he want all of us there, since you all said he do all this, you all need to give back to him what he did to us.
Please let Mr. Snow know, I want to be there, but I will be out of town. Please I will let him know too. I will be here now. So, it's telling us it's time to get out of here.
Good.
Now, the next item, who else had any items? Okay, it's my turn. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Kristen Thomas. You got something?
It's not on him, but I got something.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Kristen Thomas.
And I guess the people that could answer this question is not here, but maybe the attorney can. The caution light that's by the hospital has been out for a long time. Is that something that we fix, or is that the state? I want to be sure on that, because some people saying the state and some people are saying the city.
And because you want to be sure, I want to be sure, and so let me say, I can't answer that at this moment, but I can give it to people who can.
Okay. How soon can we?
You said, as light as.
The caution light at the hospital is very important to have
At Regional
that
Medical
paid.
Center?
Sir?
At Vaughn Regional Medical Center?
Yes. It's there for a reason, I know everybody knows that, and it's been out for a long time.
And I think the city called videos.
All right? Councilwoman Thomas, will take care of that?
I can make the list.
Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead, Councilwoman Thomas. Go ahead.
Okay, everybody know that we're doing the vaccination in Ward 2 on July 16th, which is my baby's birthday, which is why I'm not gonna be able to make it. July 16th is on a Friday. It's the Selma, I don't know the name of the thing, Warren Manor. We're doing the vaccination, so I really would love support from the council if you can come out. They have been advertising this also on the radio, and I do have some flyers. So if you know someone that has not been vaccinated, it's very important. Please try to encourage them to get vaccinated, because this thing is getting back to where it was. So we're gonna do the vaccination on July 16th at 1 p.m. to 4.
That's very important. That's very important. Thank you.
That's it.
And what's 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock?
Mhm.
Okay. Go ahead, make your.
Okay, I have an answer too. This excites me. Selma High School Athletic Department is gonna partner with any award that wanna come out on. Ms. Gabrielle, you don't know what I'm telling you now, okay? We're gonna do a cleanup. We're gonna do a cleanup in the city of Selma because they wanna give back for what you all have gave them. So if any council person want to be in their ward and want some extra help on that day, please let us know.
What's the date?
It's gotta be July the 24th. We're gonna get started at 6:30 that morning.
For what?
We're gonna do a massive cleanup. We're gonna have every athletic, if you play basketball, football, they're gonna be on the streets.
Are they gonna clean up free?
They're gonna clean up free, there's no charge. We're not charging, but you can if you wanna offer some Gatorade or some water, it would be fine. But I will be spearheading it because they have to do community service through me, so we're gonna partner and we're gonna clean up these wards, so if you know any area. Now, we ain't picking up garbage and a whole lot of stuff now, we're not gonna do that. But we're gonna be out there, they're gonna have their zero charge, they're gonna cut grass, we're gonna have our weed eaters. So you're gonna see a whole lot of young people on the streets that day, so don't think anything wrong, we are cutting grass and cleaning up.
Thank you.
And parents, we're gonna have parents too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. I'm last. All right. Be brief. Be brief. All right. The American Rescue Plan meeting. We need to come up with a date for an American Rescue Plan meeting. I'm not going to try to do it tonight. I'm going to ask Ms. Ellison to work on a good date. And I'm looking at that same week you were talking about.
Let's do it the same day.
That week. Okay. What day did you say?
It's Tuesday.
Tuesday. So it's 20th. So American Rescue Plan, Tuesday, July 20th.
Yeah, let's try to start at 5 if we can.
Okay.
Let's just go back to back.
So we'll put, okay, that sounds great.
As much as I want to be at this meeting, I cannot, my daughter has orientation.
Okay.
She's going to college, so I want to be there.
You've got to be there.
What day is that?
Finance and I'm covered if you can think of anything.
Okay.
Yeah, July the 20th, Tuesday. And what time did we say?
Let's start at 5.
Okay.
Is this what we're gonna be discussing for the American Rescue?
Yes, and Ms. Woodham's gonna be there, and she'll be talking about the needs that the city has, and we're gonna talk about the public safety use of the money and all that stuff.
You think we can put that on Zoom as well?
We'll see. We'll see what we can do. Okay.
We'll do either.
Yeah, we need to be,
Let's do them back to back.
Yes.
So yours, okay, yeah. We'll do yours starting, we'll do this one first and then go to finance. I think this one will be shorter. Okay, so it'll be just about, this meeting will just be for American Rescue Plan.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
this is very important. I say this to Troy, Troy, you need to have, you can't do 30 days for the open up the job thing.
Right.
You got to do at least 2, you gotta have it in 2 weeks. You can't do 30 days. You cannot, by law, we cannot be in here. You have to do this, you have to run this ads and this for 2 weeks. At least 2 weeks, you need to immediately do this. Reposting the job over for the tree.
Okay.
They already reposted.
I thought it was for 14 days.
I think what?
It ended today, yesterday.
It ended yesterday.
So,
They did? They just posted it. I was gonna say we can.
okay, because by under the Melissa
Right.
Council law, you cannot, you can't carry it no more than 2 weeks.
Will we repost?
Yeah, just post it now.
So it only can be open for 2 weeks then?
Yeah, we
Okay.
can't go no 30 days.
Okay, well, we need to make sure HR
That's fine.
gets that message. Councilwoman
There's
Thomas.
no limit on how many times we can post it, is it?
And then, like I just told you, President, we got to know, we cannot run this city without the treasury being in there.
Yes, ma'am.
And we must be.
I'm
All right.
I am gonna hit it hard, not next Tuesday, but the next Tuesday.
Councilman Harville, I know you have a lot on your plate, but can you remember to make sure HR knows about
No.
this? Can somebody? Yes.
Let's go right there.
Oh, where's Ms. Ellison? I thought you were Ms. Ellison. All right. And
If she does, she's very prompt.
she's very prompt with it. But we'll make sure it gets
And maybe
done.
just CC you in it, and probably, since she say it's a law, then she probably just needs to.
You got to. They don't
Yeah,
understand.
attach the law.
Yeah.
We'll talk. Okay. Let me go back to the items I have, please.
But I had to put that in there because you're dismissed and we supposed to do.
Can I just make one, I have one question.
Go ahead, Councilman Coleman.
So what, I may have gone and eaten a bite of my turkey wrap or something in there. What about who's gonna be our interim treasurer? We had a resolution that was left blank.
We had discussed.
There's been no discussion on that?
On who will fill that
Well, you
position.
can't let it just be in there, you know, the treasure office can't just be empty with people in there signing.
Well,
We
what
gotta be
about
careful.
BMSS?
Councilman Harville has looked up council. He sent y'all an email earlier this week. Hit it. You can hit it.
I can hit it.
I'll get
I
mine.
reached out to BMSS, and just for the record, I have done this before, because, I mean, I've said it several times, what I do for a living, this is what I do for a living. I have had CPA, accounting managers leave positions. I have staffed that position with my outside CPA firm in order to allow me time to find a suitable replacement. I've done it several times. I mean, it's done all the time. I asked BMSS about doing that. Yes, we offer that service. We do it for lots of clients. It's not a cheap day. It's not something we want to do long-term. I think we circulated the email on it. I have talked to BMSS. They feel like it's probably 20-hour a week just to kind of keep up.
20 hours a week.
Is what they would probably require in order to keep up with the department, whether that be for 1 week or 2 months, however long. So instead of $120 an hour, we'd have to pay. You know, if you broke it down, if you cut it in half, it'd be 60 hours a day. So, yeah, $60 an hour, I'm sorry. It's not a cheap day. I mean, but we gotta get somebody in there. And sticking a warm body in there to say we have somebody is an absolute recipe for disaster. We can't just stick somebody in
Where
there.
does $60 come from?
I guess it would be for the salaries,
Well,
because we're not
You're
paying.
saying
the
instead of 120, it would be 60, how they?
Because instead of being 40, it would be 120 an hour, but they wouldn't work a 40-hour week. They feel like it'd only take them probably 20 hours a week. So, and we can look at other options. We can look locally for a CPA firm to help. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do.
I know it's expensive, and I don't think we need to do this long term. Like I said,
Yeah.
we need to be on this and try to get somebody hired quickly. But because BMSS is here working.
And they're gonna be here next week. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's exactly right.
It makes sense to have somebody in there from that company, to me.
And I got a sneaking suspicion we may not be billed that many hours because they're gonna be here working on their phase 2 scope of work anyway. So just keep
So
that in
what
mind.
does that come up to if we're doing 20?
That's an equivalent of 120, that's 2,080 hours a year.
$2,400 a week.
Yeah.
And you,
Which that's $120,000 a year.
Right.
If
The
we were,
equivalent of a salary.
yeah, if we went a year, I mean.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman.
I don't have no problem with what's the name of the company. But, the state law says our treasure must be bonded. I'm telling you,
It's in that resolution we got.
I know, what I'm saying, we gonna bond,
Oh, BMS,
They
I
already
can
done.
assure you they're behind.
yeah, I know, but I'm
Oh,
just saying that, the person had to be bonded.
Absolutely.
This person, these are CPAs, right? Most of
So
them.
that's 1,200, not 24.
2,400.
I came up with 1,200.
120 times 20.
He said 60.
60 times 40.
60 times 20.
No, 120 times
Yeah, they probably only work 20 hours, so cut
Yeah.
2080 in half to 1040, multiply 1040 times 60.
Like you said, they're gonna be working, we're not gonna be paying out there because they're gonna be working on.
Right.
And could this come out of what the salary we would pay
Exactly.
for the treasurer normally? So whatever we put in there, it's gonna come out of the salary that's already set for the treasurer. That's my understanding. Go ahead, Councilman
That's what
Thomas.
I'm gonna ask you now, what did you just say? What you just said, it's gonna come out of the salary?
For the treasurer.
That pay the treasurer.
That we've been paying the treasurer, yes.
Yeah, cause this is money, we have.
So it will come out of salary. And,
We've had few people in that department for months.
right,
Oh, it's 3 in there now, baby, it's packed. It's 4, so we need to wait on number 3.
but, and also let us remember too, temporary.
Yeah.
This is not long-term. This fills in the gap while we are searching for a treasurer.
And which makes that more pressing.
Yeah, exactly.
I would love,
I told them.
Robert Wade, baby, gave us.
Y'all need to back out.
All right.
I would love to have, I'm not gonna be here Tuesday, I apologize, I'm gonna be out, I'm not gonna be here Tuesday. I would love for us to approve, if we're in agreement, I would love to approve this on Tuesday.
Okay, we'll give it to me and I'll make sure I get it.
I'm
Okay,
gonna be here next week.
okay. All right, now, the last few items, as my items were interrupted, but that's okay. That's okay. All right. Mayor Risky Plan, we set up for July the 20th. The Public Safety Committee recommendations, we already talked about 2 of them when we talked about the Selma Civilian Review Board. I am strongly urging that the council votes on this. I cannot reiterate that enough. Please read. If you have any questions, contact me. It has gone through committee 2 times, but it's been before public safety twice. And so I am hoping that this body gives an affirmative vote on this on Tuesday. And also, the other recommendation was Mr. Neely's contract for the community service liaison between the police and the community. That was another recommendation. Now, another recommendation that we discussed at the Public Safety Committee meeting, we talked about the cameras, but we determined that we couldn't completely act on the cameras yet because we were waiting on something, some information with the pricing or something from one of the proposals. So, did we ever, with Cellcom, was that the one?
I think we should have it on Tuesday.
Okay.
To review.
So soon as we get it, can you send that out to everybody, get Ms. Ellison to send it out? So you'll be able to determine whether or not you want to vote on one of those proposals, if you so choose. Let's remember now, I'm gonna give you comments because I want to give all sides of everything. There are some that support cameras, and there are some that do not. You heard one of them tonight. And from the community and from different individuals that I've spoken to in law enforcement, they said the main thing that you all need to do is get some officers.
Yeah.
And keep the ones you have. So that was the main thing. And I listened to a bunch of different people. And so some say, y'all need to focus on these officers first. And you might not have anybody to man cameras or whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that out there in full disclosure so we all can take that into consideration before we vote.
And some of these relief funds we can use for police salaries.
Yes. In fact, the memo that Councilwoman Thomas and Councilman Carmichael talked about from the AG's office, they are encouraging us to use it for police salaries.
And if you remember right, the AG's office said they would be willing to help us with state funds.
Exactly.
If we did that.
So my thoughts are, if the state is encouraging us to use the funds we have for public safety and for police officers, then when we apply for additional grants for them, that may put us in a good lighting because we will have to follow their advice. So they are encouraging because it's a nationwide increase in violent crime right now. It's not just in Selma, it's everywhere.
So maybe we can set salaries where some of these police officers that have been running off to, and I'm not picking on Prattville, running off to Prattville. Maybe we can put a lucrative enough package together where we can start stealing some police officers
That's the plan.
And,
Get back to Selma.
and keep the ones we have.
Give them a good package deal.
Yeah, we give good. And you need to take what Muhammad gave, we haven't got it
We have done.
The plan that
yet.
he
The
submitted.
plan Muhammad
Yeah.
gave to the mayor.
And thank you, Councilwoman Thomas. That was another recommendation, is to wait on the plan that Assistant Chief Muhammad has submitted. And so we can't act on that till we review. And because that plan will be so extensive, we will not vote on that Tuesday. But we hopefully will have it in the coming days to review.
And I think because we're in contract with Auburn GEDI for exactly that, and they're supposed to be done in September, they need to review the plan. And make sure that we're all together on that. And until then, if y'all feel like it's an emergency situation, I'm comfortable with giving increases to the police department. I was comfortable with giving them to the police department back in February. I know several of us asked if we could give them increases. And I'm comfortable with a small increase now, give them a little bit of security to let them know we're thinking about them.
I agree, Councilman Carmichael. The situation that was expressed by the Assistant Chief at the meeting let us know that our police department is in a dire situation. And while money don't fix everything, it'll help a little bit. We know it's not gonna fix everything, but it can help. And we need to keep, like when we discussed in that meeting, we've got to keep the police officers that we have.
We definitely.
And we've got to recruit other officers. So we've got to make Selma be a place where they would have a career in law enforcement. So he's going to bring us a plan later on, Assistant Chief. He submitted it to the mayor, and the mayor's going to present it to us. It's a 14-step pay plan and all that. But in the meantime, what Councilman Carmichael just brought up is we may need to consider something temporary to give them something to keep them now. Go ahead, Councilwoman
Please
Thomas.
don't say bonus.
It's not a bonus.
Now what I said, I just read it today.
Not a bonus, not a
Not
bonus.
bonus. I just read that.
An
So let's read.
Increase.
And I tell you.
Salary, a salary adjustment. A salary adjustment. So, between now and Tuesday, let's flesh that out. And if one of you brings something up Tuesday, we'll talk about it.
I'll come with some budget numbers.
Okay, that will help, because we need to start, when we make these expenditures, we need to forecast this budget, because we don't want to overdo ourselves so that we end up in a pickle later on. So we got to do some budget forecasting. So, but there are some things that we can do now because of these American Rescue Plan
Yeah,
funds.
but we gotta keep in mind, this is on a one-time payment.
Right.
that we
But it'll be
can-
their salary, whatever we choose it on. Yeah, so Councilman Carmichael, Councilman Harville, you're good at the numbers, you're our finance chairman. Councilman Carmichael, you love numbers. You know, whoever else, let's bring something that we
You said
can
the
discuss.
whole body.
The whole body of the council. Okay,
Let's talk.
I know.
Body of council.
thank you.
Body of the council. Give it to them.
Miss Ellison, I would like to put on the work session agenda for the work session that is on July 22nd. I would like to invite all department heads to attend the work session where we can discuss any concerns that they have, anything they need to make us aware of.
Okay,
What's that?
I'm putting on the agenda for the work session on July 22nd for the department heads to be here and we'll address any concerns that they have, anything that we need to talk about. I'll be more than happy to talk about it in the work session. Yes, I will.
and be mindful, if he's placing that on the agenda, be mindful of the number of items you put.
Exactly.
Because they're 18.
No, we don't care, sir. I ain't gonna, I'm not
Okay,
gonna.
okay, we got you.
Don't tell me.
Okay.
Not put my-
For those of us that want to, we can be mindful, Councilwoman. For those that want to. I got you. Okay.
And another thing, you need to know, we have not got our report about the Zeta hurricane. Where is our money we paid out? The city paid out, we have not been, no one mentioned about the reimbursement yet. Has the money came in?
Do we know
That's
when
why
it's
these things are important, we need a treasurer.
They were saying it could take as much as a year.
A year?
Yeah. All right, thank you. I have another item. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think the attorney was about to say something on that.
Go ahead, Attorney. It can wait to your item on the agenda. I just want to make sure I get a comment in about a request for assistance with doing the work you are tasking me with.
You go ahead, go ahead.
I've asked before, I just want to reiterate that oftentimes my secretary is here, she wasn't available tonight, to make notes on what you've asked me to do. I may have gotten some of it, but not all of it. So if you would let the administrative assistant know to communicate that to me through an email, I'll have a list of it in writing, and I can more efficiently and effectively deliver on Tuesday.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Between now and Tuesday.
So council work with Ms. Ellison to make sure that your items that you want taken care of, that they go to major, our attorney. All right, the last item that I have, well, next to the last, the creation of special committees, a special committee. As many of you all know, at one of our meetings over 30 days ago, we talked about the Ragland proposals that were submitted. That was over 30 days ago. So what we would like to do at this time is appoint, as chair, I'm appointing a special committee to look into these proposals and bring something back to the council upon review and also upon still working with Mrs. Booth. So this does not bypass that, but this is the council creating a committee as it can do. So we're creating a special committee for the Ragland proposals. That is, committee will be consist of Councilman Carmichael, Councilman Jemison, and Councilwoman Janie Thomas. And committee, I'm not going to name a chair. I will let you all pick your chair from those three individuals that are on the committee. So Councilman Carmichael, Councilwoman Janie Thomas, and Councilman Jemison are our special committee to review those Ragland proposals. And you all bring back things as you see fit.
You know,
And those proposals are coming from who?
That's like bird school and.
Oh.
That's all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just to state this, the purpose of the committee is to negotiate with Ragland Hospitality.
And bring something back to the council. Okay, so we appreciate that. Not giving the time frame right now, but let's be realistic. That's been pending a while, and also we got a lot going on as well too. So I believe you three counselors will take care of that operating due
Make sure
diligence.
you let Jemison know, okay?
Yeah, but Jemison, please y'all, but Jemison ain't gonna show up.
Okay. So let's now, committee meeting reports. Are there any other committees that need to report at this time? Are there any other committees that need to report at this time?
I'm planning a meeting with whoever's on the youth, because I'm putting the youth ambassadors back in session this school term.
Okay, thank you. No other committees? All right, before we leave, we started out with a lot more people in the audience when we started. But I just want to say, for myself personally, it's a privilege to work with you all on this council.
Likewise.
And I know we do not agree on everything. We're not supposed to. We're not supposed to. We're human. Anytime you get two, you're going to have disagreement. But I do want to thank you all for staying the course this evening and sticking this out. This is a great, big hurdle, but we will get past this hurdle together. That's not just a cliche word. We got to remember, we are together.
That's right.
Not only the city council is together, but the department heads, the city employees, the mayor, the citizens. We live here in Selma together. Thus, we must work together. And we have been working together. And we will continue to work together more. And our works will yield good results for our people. That's what we need to live by. Councilwoman Thomas?
And also, I'd like to say this as a closing remark, what you just said.
Yes, ma'am.
We all work together, but they must realize that we all, there are 3 different bodies.
Branches of government. Yes, ma'am.
And if they don't understand, you'll always have some kind of tension, because the branch that carries the load will always have to stand up and speak what's right and do what's right.
And Councilwoman James, I'm on that committee with you for the young people. I think one of the ideas that I have is to promote civic engagement throughout this community. A lot of people, they don't teach civics in schools anymore. You know, where we learn the different branches of government and understand. There's some people that don't know these things. We take it for granted. And so that is one of the things that serves the public purpose. And when I come to that committee, because I'm on that committee with you, Councilwoman James, is we're going to not just encourage the young people, but all of our citizens to understand government, and then that will get rid of some of these disputes, because you'll understand why the legislative body is acting this way, why the judicial branch is acting this way, why the executive branch is acting that way. So we're going to have that, and I want to thank you all, thank you citizens for coming. There being no further business of the Selma City Council for this work session, this meeting now stands adjourned.
Y'all on Facebook going and I was in the top 3. For what?